Hello, everybody. We're back. It's another online Gem City Comic Con brought to you live and hosted by myself, Amanda from AGP, and
Richard John, hey.
from
UVN.
As always, everybody, welcome. We have an amazing lineup for you. But before we get started, we have the man, the myth, the semi-legend, the man who helps us put this all together, Mr. Gem City Jesse himself. Hi,
Hi.
Jesse.
Hi, Amanda. Hi, Richard. Thank you for putting this on.
Oh, it's our pleasure. You know, we had nothing else to do.
Right.
It was no big deal. There was
Awesome.
no stress involved.
Right.
So another year, which of course, let's go ahead and mention that again. This is because you are still doing an amazing live show, which is actually happening at the Dayton Convention Center in Dayton, Ohio, on July 24th and 25th. Boom, there you guys go.
Nice.
But because of the situation that we're all living in right now, there's not going to be there's not going to be any panels, there's not going to be any gaming. So we got together and we thought it would be a great opportunity to bring a bunch of people together. That way they're still able to do their panels, to be able to talk about gaming. So we have a lot of wonderful content creators. We have a lot of YouTubers, Twitch streamers, people from the gaming community, and even a cosplay panel for you all to enjoy on these next 2 full days.
Absolutely. I'm pretty excited to see everything, to participate in some panels or to watch some panels, because that's something that I can't do at Gem City. I never have the time to actually break away from the show and get to a panel to see some of these. And like we said earlier, the entire 15 years or 14 years of actually shows, I have only ever been to one panel. I got to participate and sit and watch one panel.
That's sad.
I know. But it was a really good one, and it was me and Jolly Blackburn and Christy and a few other people. So we got
that was the one from 2 years ago. I remember, because you're like, I really want to go to this panel, and I made sure you could go to the panel. I did everything in my power to make sure that you could go.
Right, and I appreciate that. That was great.
I got to do something for you every now and again so I can keep my job.
Right.
I can see you laughing down there, sir. Yes, you.
What? It was funny. What you said was funny. What's up, beautiful people? How are we doing today?
Hi,
We're
Victor.
good. We're good. I figured I'd bring you on. You could chit chat with Jesse, since you still have a little bit of time before your show.
No, not a problem. I'm so glad that we're doing this again. I mean, I hate that this is how we're doing this again, but I'm so glad that we are doing this again. Because I miss you guys. Absolutely.
We miss
Central
you
Ohio's
too.
finest. So
I definitely miss getting out on the road and seeing everybody. I've been able to do it a little bit this year, but Gem City is going to be weird without all the panels, without all the gaming, without all the stuff that I think we needed to move off the table for this year.
Right.
But we'll be back like it was in 2022. But it's still shaping up to be a pretty fun show. I'm holding back the guest list until sometime in May.
Okay.
And the hotel block is full, as I've been told.
Oh wow! Already?
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
I was kind of shocked, and I was like, "Well, do I still have rooms?" She's like, "Oh yeah, we still have the conventions block, but like the guest block is full." And I was like, "Wow, that's
awesome.
That's amazing."
Well, that's actually really great news, and I'm happy to hear that. And at least now I know when, for the people who kept messaging us going, what about the guest list? Now you'll start seeing that in May.
In May, calm down, people.
In May.
Right.
Because people are like, well, what about the guests for the in-person show? I'm like, one show at a time.
Right. And the problem is going to be, like, a lot of people aren't going to want to travel, which is understandable. A lot of the creators that people would like to see are of an age where they just don't feel like it's safe to get out without being fully vaccinated. In a lot of states they'd be traveling for are a little bit behind. I mean, I'm 45, 46 now, I think. And I'm just scheduled on Monday to get my first shot.
Wednesday.
But I know that there's a lot of people that haven't, and they just don't feel comfortable traveling. And I can understand that. So everyone's going to take their space, and we'll get back with them for 2022. Yeah.
Nice. Very, very nice. Rich, how are you doing, man? You're all
Good.
super quiet.
Yep. Just hanging in.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
No,
Good times.
it's really exciting, and like Victor said, it's strange to have to do this, but then again, it kind of feels normal after doing this for over a year. It's like, welcome to our 1 year anniversary. We're still doing this, yeah.
We're still virtual. Still
And
virtual.
I don't mind this format at all. I wouldn't mind doing this as a warm up to Gem City, or even if you felt like, you know, jumping on some other shows. I mean, you could do this for Baltimore, like, hey, we're all going to Baltimore, right?
Hey,
Or
Amanda, hint.
Push, nudge.
right.
Just is like, I love this, Amanda. Hey, go ahead. No, I mean, we actually, Jesse, you and I have actually talked about this.
Yeah.
Actually going ahead and doing this either once a year or even twice a year, because you do have the sister company, which is the Champion City Comic Con, which is coming in Springfield, Ohio.
Yep.
That's the little baby sister to Gem City Comic Con. And one of the nice things is again, we can help promote the show and get more things out there by being able to do these shows. And this also allows us to bring in guests who may not be able to come to the show that year. There could be something that's going on. And I think that these types of shows aren't going anywhere. I think they'll just be extensions to the shows once the shows start coming back.
Right. And what in my head, like maybe not this year, but in my head, what I'm imagining is a broadcast booth at Gem City, where we're able to do this at Gem City as well as before. I've got big plans for you, Amanda. You just need to do it all.
Okay, bro.
Yikes.
Hey, I did that back at Champion City in 2011. I live streamed from our table.
See, it can be done.
Absolutely brilliant.
I don't know. When someone goes, I have big plans for you, I gotta go.
Right.
Can't wait for the in-person show. It'll be great. It will be great. We're all excited to start getting back to shows. Just remember, guys, make sure you take your vitamins and your stuff like that, because we still remember the con cruds that come with going to a show.
Exactly.
Well, you know,
already.
We were talking about that the other day. I mean, because who was I talking to? I was talking to some artist friends of mine. Well, I think it might have been Sean and Nate. But the idea is that, you know, because we're all wearing masks and stuff like that, there has not been a bunch of flu around. I have not been sick at all. My kids have not been sick at all. My mom's not been sick at all, because, you know, the masks work. I mean, if you're sick,
say it again.
The masks work. I mean, and honestly, if you're sick, I mean, in other places in the world, if you're sick, you wear a mask. You see it on TV, like whenever they show, you know, from Japan or Europe and stuff like that for years. But so I wouldn't mind seeing that at shows more often. In fact, I think this is going to become part of what I wear all the time.
I'll be honest. Even with the vaccines out, I don't see masks going away. I expect them to be part of our daily routines for almost ever.
Listen, I'm gonna keep it real. As much as we claim to be comic book fans, why aren't masks a part of our regular everyday, you know, fashion attire anyway? Like, what are we doing wrong here, people? Like, this is it. This is the entrance. Okay. You start with
what
the
we've
face
all
covering
been
here.
dreaming about.
Exactly, right? Like, you start with the face covering here, then we expand to the domino mask, then we start bringing in capes, and then we start wearing our underwear on the outside. We just been waiting on everybody else to catch up with us. That's what. Come on.
I mean, cosplayers have been doing this for eons. So
See?
I mean,
that's all. Come on. Like, it's right there. It's right there.
And plus, you could always, like, there are so many cool people out there. I know Terry Huddleston does some. I know I do some. We do some really cool masks. We do commissions for the masks.
Yep.
Where, you know, I've made a Mortal Kombat one, Wonder Woman one, Batman. I have a My Little Pony Friendship is Magic one. Don't you shake your head at me.
I love it.
Look, it matches my dog's scarves. So when we go potty, we all match. Thank you very much.
I haven't seen Terry's yet, and I should have known that Terry'd have him. He's such a hustler.
Oh,
you know,
yeah. Come on.
Whatever whatever is hot right now, he's already got 3 of them made, ready to go.
Exactly.
You're not hosting this show, but you're not going to host this show. This isn't your show. This is just
guest
a
appearance.
show. See, My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. See,
that's brilliant. That's brilliant. I love it. I love it.
Man.
Yes.
No, that's awesome. That's
This
absolutely
is
awesome.
Fizz Gig, by the way. She's actually the true owner operator of AGP.
Right.
That's real. I get
She
that.
wants her own Instagram account, but I don't think she can handle it.
Right.
You think the fame will go to her head?
Yeah, I
Come on
think it'll go to her head.
now. Let it happen. Let it happen.
No,
But I'm-
camera, stop. Oh, there goes the
See?
other dog.
Nice.
But no, of course, obviously, Victor, thank you so much for doing this. And to all the guests that we're going to have on in these next 2 days, thank you guys so much for coming together, doing the mic checks, checking with me, getting me all the information that I need if I didn't already have it for your social links. I greatly appreciate it, because it's a lot of work to put this together and get all that information and get it pre-set up for everything.
Of course.
Cool.
So-
We definitely appreciate it, Amanda. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. We
I mean, it's
appreciate
all-
you guys. Like, for
It's all
real.
Richard's fault. This was his idea. Yeah, that's it.
Blame
Rich.
him.
I always get blamed.
I know, right? It's because you're so nice. Like, we can't be mad at you. You're like, oh, it's Richard's fault. You're like, all right.
Yeah, I guess I'll give him a pass again.
Yeah, it's like, it's fine. It's whatever.
Poor Richard. He's just like,
That's amazing.
Nice.
But no, and thank you, Richard, so much. When this psycho girl decided, hey, we're gonna do this, and if you don't know the jokes around here, this is normally how a lot of stuff happens. Hey, Jesse, how about we do an online show showing panels of some of the creators who would do panels and stuff like that? That's a great idea. Good, because I started it about a week ago.
Yep.
Ask for forgiveness, not permission. That is Amanda's motto right there. Oh,
Absolutely.
you don't like that? Hey, guys, cut it out. Stop doing it right now.
Right.
And so I do want to give a big shout out to Richard for agreeing and helping me come up with dates to co-host this, because I tried that first Gym City that we put together in 16 hours. That almost killed me.
It was a lot.
But it was so much fun. Come
It was a
on.
lot of fun, but when you know, there are still responsibilities when you're doing stuff from home, that, you know, there's dogs that have to be taken out. You want to be able to go eat. And so it's really comforting to have Richard here, so I'm able to step away when I need to. I mean, obviously there are creators like Victor, who will be starting in 2 minutes with his panel, that I don't have to do anything. I'm like, hey, Victor, got to go by. And he's good. Hey, Frank, how's it going?
Hey, Frank. Good to see you, man.
But no, again, a big shout out to everybody involved, from our guests to the people who will be showing up. Don't forget, you could chat, you could talk to our guests. This is live, so we can make sure that they see your comments, they can know what's going on. We greatly appreciate it. The love that you all show for Gym City is overwhelming, and this is why we do what we do for you.
Absolutely.
It's very
Absolutely.
gratifying.
Love that.
So with that, it is almost 10:15. So Jesse, bye, get out of here.
Bye. I'll see you next time. I'll see you at
Hey,
the end.
Jesse.
I'll be watching all day. Bye.
Bye. Don't worry, guys. Jesse will be back at 4 o'clock, which, of course, Victor, you're more than welcome to come back and help us with the ending of the show if you want to.
I might be able to do that. So
All
I
right.
might pop back in.
If you need the link to the second part, you just let me know. I'll make sure that
I
it gets
will.
sent to you. But of course, as always, everybody, let's introduce our very first panel, because this guy is amazing. He is spectacular. He needs no introduction, but I'm going to give him one anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Gym City Comic Con. Today we bring you the hardest working man in comics, the one, the only, Victor Dandridge!
Thank you so very much for that. Thank you so very much. This is absolutely honored to be, not only a part of this, but to kick things off. It's huge. I really appreciate this opportunity. All the trust and love. Let me tell you all the kind of trust that Amanda has given me for this one. I didn't even tell her what panel I was doing. She was like, "You want to do something?" I was like, "Yeah." She was like, "All right, fine. Do you?" Like, so whatever craziness I come up with, it's all my fault. It's not Amanda's fault. Okay, let me just give everybody that warning right now. What I come up with is totally my fault. So thank you so much. This is gonna be, we're gonna have some fun. We're about to have some fun, y'all. So
Yeah.
are you guys ready?
We are ready, and we will let you have full center stage. You ready?
Thank you so very much.
All right. We'll be in the background if you need us.
Not a problem. Talk to you guys soon. Bye.
Have fun.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am Victor Dandridge, the hardest working man in comics. I am a self-publishing comic book creator from Columbus, Ohio. So just like around the corner, up the street a little bit from where Gym City normally takes place in Dayton. And today we're going to start things off in the old school ways. Saturdays used to be the thing, right? Saturday mornings used to live for Saturday mornings when you were kids. And you know what it was? It was all about like that cartoon playtime thing. And there's nothing, and I mean nothing, that truly represents that like Saturday morning cereal. So we're going to start things off with a kid-friendly sort of venture. So get your cereal, get your breakfast. Boom, I got mine. I'm ready. And we're going to do a segment that I'm calling You Create Comics Presents Saturday Morning Cereals. Now, what is You Create Comics? That is a fantastic question. I'm so glad that you asked that. Let me give you just a little bit of a backstory, a little bit of a story. Here we go. So when I was a kid, I didn't like to read. I literally hated books. Crazy talk. I know, but it's true. But all that changed when they announced on the news that Superman was going to die. And I'm like, oh, I want to read that. How? How do you kill Superman? He's one of the greatest characters of all time. And it's so amazing. And this, that, and the other. And I'm like, yes, I want all of that action. So I started to read. Started specifically to read comic books. And it got me so encouraged. I became a writer. I became an artist. I'm not an artist anymore. I don't claim to be an artist now. Please don't ask me to draw. I don't like doing it. But I fell in love with comics and I wanted to create comics myself. But I recognized that the medium itself was so vastly important, not just to me as a pop cultural thing, but also in terms of education, all kinds of cool stuff. So I created a program called You Create Comics. That's the letter U, CRE, the number 8 comics. And it's all about building programming that you can use to take comic books into the classroom, as well as make your own comics from start to finish. And that's really the point that I want to make today. If you guys are younger watchers, if you're older, if you just, I'm talking to your internal kid, that's okay. That is 100% okay. Because here's the beautiful thing. When you go to Gym City, you see a ton of very talented creators showcasing their wares from prints to comics, all kinds of amazing stuff. And maybe one of you, two of you, maybe all of you have ever thought, I wish I could do that. I wish I could be like them. I wish I could have a comic book of my very own. Well, ladies and gentlemen, today is the day. Today is that day. We are going to get started. We're going to make sure that you can create your very own comic. Now, what are the tools that you need to do this? Well, obviously, your Saturday morning cereals to get you that energy, that get that creative juices flowing. Yes, you got to have that. But I'm going to show you how you can be a tried and true comic book creator with just 2 sheets of paper. Just 2. That's all you need. 2 sheets of paper, your favorite drawing device, whether that's pen, pencil, marker, color pencil. You can be a comic creator. 2 sheets of paper and a drawing device. And we're going to get started. Not now, but right now. Are you guys ready? Let's do this. I'm going to share my screen. So I'm going to share with you this particular, let's see. Is it going to let me do it? Yay. Okay. This is me sharing the screen so you guys can see this beautiful, beautiful piece here. Okay. So actually, let me minimize that. All right. So first and foremost, we're going to talk about picking your powers, right? This is what this is all about. Let's run this through. Okay, so what this is from is the Character Crafter Junior. So the first thing that I ever created was a workbook that would help you build your own comic character from start to finish, but it's a little advanced. It kind of starts with like grades 3 and up. I wanted to have something that was a little bit more universal and maybe would speak to audiences that were a little younger. So this is our K through 2 specialty piece. So if you got little ones, this is absolutely perfect for them. Okay, so when we're talking about superpowers, right? We have 2 different sets of superpowers. We have internal powers and external powers. Now, I'm always big about, learning new vocabulary terms. So maybe that's not exactly the term that you've ever heard. Internal means inside, right? External means outside. And as you can see from the illustration, it kind of showcases how this works. So the internal powers all emanate from within the body and they work outwardly. That's the way it comes from. It comes from inside you and it's exposed outwardly. The external ones are all factors from the outside that affect you on the inside of them. So that's the way we're going to break this down. As you can see, we've got a list of superpowers here. There's 5 for each category. So running this through. So under the inside piece, we have muscles, right? Muscles. We have running. We have flying. We have being an elemental, and we have being a wizard. These are all special, showcases of these internal powers, and we will get into more details about those in just a second. But I want to get over to the external side, where we have armor, right? We have vehicle. There's jetpacks, technology, and a wand. Now, how does that actually work with what we're talking about? Let's break it down even further. So we've got 5 different categories of superpowers. We've got strength, speed, flight, energy, and magic. Now, here's the best part. You are going to get to choose which one of these is your favorite versions of all 5 powers. So you're going to give yourself all 5 of these powers, but you're going to get to choose which one is your favorite between them. Now, one of the things that's really kind of clever with this, like decision-making skills, is really important. Sometimes when you're given a choice, it can be overwhelming and you're like, how do I pick between one or the other? Well, it's kind of important that you build that skill set. And that's one of the things that we want to give you this opportunity to empower yourself to do. So make a choice between one or the other. Now, if you're creating these comics with, say, a friend or a family member, they might choose something different than you. That doesn't mean that their choice is better. It is just their choice. Just like your choice might not be better, it's your choice. So feel free to create something so unique, all your own, and it doesn't have to fit what anybody else does. This is all about you, okay? So let's start it off. Okay, under strength, right? Now, we know strength is how strong something is. Big time strength, lift stuff up, throw things that are heavy. That's the way strength works. Now, the question is, which would you prefer? The internal power of strength, which is exhibited in muscles. Haha, look at my muscles, I'm super strong. Can you think of any characters that use muscles as a showcase of their strength? Let's see. I'm thinking characters like Superman, Wonder Woman, Shazam, right? Like they all use like big muscles, strength, boom. That's how you know that they're strong. So those are pretty good ideas. Or you could choose the external method, which would be wearing a suit of armor that gives you strength. Well, who does that? Well, let's see. I'm thinking Iron Man, War Machine, sometimes Batman. Yeah, he'll throw on an armor piece, kind of, suit it up a little bit, get strong, get big, be able to fight Superman. It's happened. It's definitely happened. So the question is, which one do you like most? Do you want the internal method, which is big muscles, or do you like the external one of armor? Which method of strength would you like to get most first? Which one is best? Which one do you think? I'm going to give you 1 second to decide. Okay, maybe a little bit longer than 1 second. Got it? Awesome, awesome. Let's move on to the next category, which is speed, which is how fast you move, right? So on the internal side, speed is represented by running. Now, can you think of some characters that run really fast? I'm a pretty big comic book fan. I got one. Flash, right? How about Quicksilver? That's another one. Pretty good one. Jesse Quick, absolutely. All these characters run really fast, and it's all about that internal power letting them run really, really fast. Super cool. Now, let's see. On the outside, you're using a vehicle. Anybody that has a vehicle that goes really fast. Let's go crazy. Okay, one, you could definitely say Batman. The Batmobile definitely allows him to drive really, really quickly. Gets all over the place. Let's go old school for all my old heads in the room. Speed Racer? What? Come on. That car, the Mach 5, vrooming all over the place, right? Can't get much faster than that. But that's the thing. It's not just limited to cars. You could do airplanes. You could do helicopters, tanks, rocket ships, anything that allows you to travel very quickly from the outside moving in, right? So as long as it's the vehicle, that can count. Can you imagine a superhero that rides a train? That would be kind of fun. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Maybe you can create the first one. That would be a lot of fun. All right, so let's go on to the next category, flight. This one is obviously the ability to fly. Now, we've got, just as we had before, two ways for you to get that power, either internal or external. The internal way is just naturally being able to fly, to defy gravity with just some innate sense, maybe some weird alien organ that allows you to do that. Can you think of any characters that do that, that just fly? Let's see, we've got Supergirl, Martian Manhunter. Yeah, absolutely. You could even, technically count a character like Storm, who kind of uses wind currents that she can control internally in order to fly. So yeah, I would count that 100%. That's a good call. This is a really tricky one. I'm glad that you threw that out there. Let's try for the jetpack, right? So this is, again, using specified technology that will allow you to fly. One of my favorite characters that do this, the Rocketeer. Love the Rocketeer. Like, he's such an awesome character. So fun, so very dynamic. Try that out. Which one do you like best? Did you like the natural internal ability to fly, or would you like the external one? They both have their benefits. Some have their weaknesses, right? If the jetpack breaks, you can't fly. Yeesh. Maybe if the gravity is too high, if it's too strong, maybe it's too difficult for you to fly. You can't give it that extra boost of power like you could with the jetpack. Lots of different ways to look at what is a pro and a con of these different power sources. I'll let you come up with a, okay, no, that's enough time. Okay, so now we're gonna move on to the next one, and we're gonna come up to energy. Okay, so from the internal aspect, if you were some sort of elemental type character, the energy that you produce comes from the inside and goes outward. Well, who do we have for that one? You could say Captain Marvel. Yep, absolutely. Carol Danvers has this internal energy that she can use and fight people. The Human Torch does the flame on. Where does that flame come from? Technically, it's around him, seemingly on the outside, but there's a buildup of energy inside of him that ignites and allows him to do this. You could also count, I don't know, his sister, right? Who's bending light from an internal source to become the Invisible Woman. So there's a lot of ways that you can play around with being an elemental and what that means. So that's really cool. Let's see, for technology, let's go for Green Lantern, right? So clearly the Green Lantern ring is an external energy source that you can use like a tool in order to create constructs of vast energy and huge amounts of power. I mean, it is called like the greatest weapon in the universe. So pretty cool idea there. You could say Thanos using the Infinity Gauntlet. Also, massive form of energy coming from an external source. It's something that he's wearing, some form of technology that he's put on in order to create it. So there you go. Very, very cool. Let's go to the next one. Okay, so magic, right? Mysticism, all kinds of magical things happening in the world, things that just kind of turn your head. What's that out of the corner of my eye? It's magic. So let's say you were born with this natural ability to produce and perform magic. Could that make you a wizard? Absolutely. You just innately have this sensibility, if you will, that you can spout a spell and it will suddenly work. So with wizards, witches, all kinds of sorcerers, that's kind of the aspect of this internal sense of magic. But maybe you weren't born with this ability. You acquired items, special things that allow you to invoke magic, right? So maybe you have a magic wand, a kind of a channeling device, a catalyst, if you will, that does spark magic. That would represent the external side, the wand side, where the thing is magical and you just happen to be wielding it in order to produce magical effects. So you now have this opportunity to pick which side of magic would you like, internal or external? Which magic form would you like? Okay, now that you have that, and I'm going to stop sharing the screen right now. Now that you have that, you've got all the makings for your character, right? Well, at least power-wise. You've got an opportunity to kind of think of a cool superhero name, a cool design, and you know what? Let's do this in real time. I'm going to give you guys just like a couple minutes to kind of jot down what your ideas are. Let's see what kind of imagery you guys can come up with. And while we do that, I'm going to play around and I'm going to sketch something myself. Now, I know I said I don't like to draw, but for you guys, since you're my friends, I'll do this for you. All right, so let's see. We've got our 5, power sources, right? We've got our strength, we've got our speed, we've got flight, we've got energy, and we've got magic. Now, generally speaking, I usually like the internal, powers, but we might play around with some things and go for the external as well. So let's see. I think under strength, I'm going to go for a internal power. I think this person should have some really cool muscles, and that's going to be a fun thing to play around with. So if I'm going for, big muscles, obviously this person could be, very fit and athletic. So they're going to be really strong in the way that they look, which is kind of cool. Let's see. For speed, man, if you have big muscles, it's a little tough to get inside a vehicle, right? Sometimes you got to think this through in terms of storytelling. So I guess since I went for the muscles, I'll make this person run really fast, right? So I guess that makes sense because you don't want to skip leg day. If you're going to have big muscles in your arms, you should probably have matching muscles on your legs. So that way, you run around. You're super strong on all counts. Okay, so let's go for flight. For flight, though, I think let's switch it up. Let's not go internal. Let's go external. This guy for flight is literally wearing a jetpack. Let's go for a jetpack. Have you ever seen a gigantic person wearing a jetpack? Actually, I think the Incredible Hulk has done that before. So this has precedence. This is not the Hulk, mind you. This is not the Hulk. I'm not copying directly, but it's a good idea. Let's try it. All right. So for the energy side, maybe this guy is really big and powerful. So he really didn't produce internal energy. Maybe he uses some form of technology to produce energy. So let's go for tech on that one. I like that. And let's say for giggles that for magic, let's see, should he be a wizard? Should he use a wand? I got it. Instead of a wand, we'll still keep it external, but he has a special amulet that keeps his body safe just in case his muscles aren't strong enough. So we're going to use the wand, but with a caveat. And you can always kind of switch things up to kind of fit your creative whims because, of course, this is your character. You create it. So it's very, very important to see that play out. Okay, so with this idea, I'm going to start just a quick sketch, nothing really major about how I'm going to build this character. Now, here's one of the things that I always showcase. Everyone can draw. I know I said I don't like to do it, but everyone can. The only trick is knowing where the lines go. That is the secret sauce to drawing. So if you don't necessarily know where the lines go, you know how you find out? Practice. So just because you don't necessarily draw it as well as you want to yet, keep practicing and it'll get better and easier the more you do it. So keep that action going, keep practicing. Okay, so I'm going to start with a stick figure. What better way to kind of get started? Everyone knows how to draw stick figures. That's the key piece. We'll start with what we all know, and then we'll build out from there. So we'll start with stick figures. Now, when I do a stick figure, I kind of have to think about the position that this character is going to be in. It's not the normal stick figure that's just like, hey, I'm a stick figure. No. I add some storytelling to it. So I'm going to start with a circle for a head. And then I'm going to put in some big shoulders because like we said, this guy's got some muscles, right? And then from there, I'm going to drop down, put in his hips because he's got to have hips. You can't just have the legs jaunt off from the center line there. We got to give him some hips here. And then we're going to give him some legs and some arms. All right, so that is the beginning of my stick figure. That looks crazy, right? Like, what? That's not a person. What is that? I will show you. So once you have your lines down, what's really cool is that pretty much everything is just a series of shapes. If you can kind of see how the shapes are supposed to line up, you can literally draw anything. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a couple of shapes just to add some volume, right? So that's like how deep and big something actually is. And that's what I'm going to try to create here with these shapes. So I'm going to start off with a big old oval shape that kind of creates like this big barely chest area, a little bit on the shoulders. Actually, for the shoulders, we're going to go big circles, big, huge circles, right? So you can kind of see how that's shaping out right there. So we've got that oval shape right here that kind of gives you this big, massive, like trapeze in the chest area. It's big, right? Huge, big muscle guy. That's what we're doing. All right, so then I find it funny when a character kind of has a slim waist and big chest because it kind of just makes the chest that much bigger. It's just like huge, like, you live in a gym. It's amazing. Okay, so then I'm going to do a triangle for the pelvis area, right? Let's kind of keep that simple. Now, remember, we said this guy's got big leg muscles, right? No skipping leg day, okay? He's got major squats that are happening. So we're going to go back and we're going to do some really big ovals all over again for his thighs, because this is how he's going to power his running, right? Because if you're running, you got some big thigh action, right? I mean, those thighs are just pumping. They're just moving, so you can do this. All right, so this is where we are right here. So as you can see, I'm just using shapes, simple shapes, just to create this character. And it's really kind of easy, kind of cool. All right, so we're going to put this in a little couple kneecaps here. You got to have kneecaps, because if the leg doesn't bend, that's a weird run. And I don't necessarily want to see this big guy trying to run with stiff legs. It would creep me out. Okay, so we're going to keep going here. Boom. Got the nice taper. We'll put in some feet. We'll call them Rob Liefeld feet for right now, because they're just kind of triangles. Maybe I'll expand it. I don't know. It's worked for him to not expand it, so maybe we don't have to. I said it. Yeah, I don't mind. Okay, so then we're going to do some big biceps, which is the second part of the arm here, right? This is the part where it gets all big, and that's how you're like, yo, I got muscles. Look at my muscles, big biceps. So that's what we're going to do right here. And then we've got his forearm, and he's got a circle for a fist. For now, we'll just start with that. I am going to put in a little bit of an elbow action. It's not something necessarily Rob Liefeld does, but it's cool. I'm going to do it anyway. So we got that, and then circle. Okay. So look, this is my character. This is my figure. Here, let me move this a little closer. The light's kind of in the way. All right. So this is my character, right? Big muscles, you know, in his arms and his legs, all kinds of cool stuff. Now, I'm going to flesh this out. I'm definitely going to do some things, come up with some character stuff. What's his costume look like? I definitely got to put in the jetpack. Maybe you can see it from the front. Maybe it's that big because he's so big. We got to figure out what the amulet looks like. All these things I'm going to take the time to figure out at some point. Maybe not right now, but I do want to show you that by just doing this setup right here, I have enough that with an outline, I can create a cool silhouette for this character. And sometimes like a cool silhouette is all you really need to kind of get an idea for your character. If you were to see the silhouette, and if you're, what? You don't know what a silhouette is? Oh, my bad. Let me explain that. Okay, so a silhouette is when you see like an object, right? But you don't see the details of it. It's basically all in black, right? Or all one color. So you don't see the individual lines. You don't see what's in the front or in the back of it. Like it's literally just the outline, the contour of this thing, all filled in with one color. And if you do a really good job with the silhouette, you can create a very unique character that everyone recognizes just from the silhouette, right? And that's really the goal here of the things that you create. It creates a sense of iconic imagery that everyone can get into, right? Now, the more I'm doing this silhouette, what's really cracking me up here is that it kind of looks like the Hulk. Man, what can I do, man? He's got such a cool, iconic look. He's got like this crazy great silhouette, super strong. It's really cool. Man, okay, I'm going to have to do some more work to figure out how to keep this from looking like the Hulk. I'm going to keep working on that after this panel is over. And maybe at the end of the day, I'll come back and I'll show you what kind of progress I've done. But okay, so here's my outline of this character. Oh, wait, I didn't do the hands. Let me finish the hands. Oops. There we go. And boom. Okay, there we go. Boom. Now you can see this outline. You can see this character. And it looks pretty simple, right? Like, I think that's fairly easy. I think we're all following along with that. And again, most of your favorite characters have amazing silhouettes. Like, if I were to just show you kind of like just this quick one, right? I'm sure you guys could tell me who this person is just based off of the silhouette alone. Let's see. I'm just going to do a silhouette of their head. And let's see if you know who this person is. Dun, 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 dun. Doop, 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 doop. Okay, just silhouette. Remember, it's just the whole contour shape filled in with one solid color. Whose head is that? Did you say Batman? Great job. Yes, this is Batman's silhouette. So it's very simple to create something that everyone can recognize when you do a good job of making it iconic and representing what this character is, what they're all about, their powers, their imagery, any of that stuff. Boom, you could definitely do that with a simple silhouette. Now, you said you want to make a comic. Well, yeah, we're going to get into that. Oh, you're ready to do that now? Okay, well, you know, like I said, all you need 2 sheets of paper. So this is your first sheet of paper, right? So this is where you're going to create your character, right? Design them out, figure out what they're going to look like. You've already figured out their powers. You got to come with a cool superhero name. That's very important. It's got to be a cool name. super important. But then you're going to draw what they look like, what colors they wear, all that fun stuff. If you want to create a comic, well, that, my friend, is what we're going to do next. Okay, so we've got another sheet of paper. Now, here's the fun, crazy part. When you see a comic, most comics have a certain size to them. In fact, comic books are a comic narrative that is created on the basis of size, right? You can have different size things, right? They can be really big books, right? Your typical comic book is 6.625 inches by 10.25 inches. Like it's very technical. It's very specific. But that might not be, how much paper you actually have. You might not be able to make, a big, huge comic book. What if you only have one sheet of paper? Can you make a comic? Absolutely. And I'm going to show you how. Let me share my screen one more time. Let's see what we got here. Let's bring this one up. Sharing now. Perfect. Okay, so we're sharing the screen. This is an instruction page for my brand new project. It's mini comics from You Create Comics, and I give you 2 ways that you can create your very own mini comic, like in one page, right? Okay, so I'm gonna move this over here. Okay, so you guys can see that perfectly. Okay, so let me break this down. So when you do this, there are 2 different ways that you can make a comic. One of them is a 4-page mini comic, and the other one is an 8-page mini comic. Now, don't let this fool you. The 4-pager actually takes more steps in order to create it. The 8-pager takes less steps. So the 4-pager takes 4 steps. The 8-pager takes 3 steps. Now, that might not be a lot, might not be too much, but I just want to make sure that you know that when you do this, one takes more work than the other one. There's trade-offs, one has more pages than the other. It's totally up to you on which one you like better. Now, how many of you guys like video games? That's a good number of people. Okay, so you guys like video games. I like video games too. And I wanted to make sure that the instructions for this were pretty simple. So what I did was I used the D-pad formation to show you how to fold all these sheets of paper, or this one sheet of paper, into a cool comic for you to make. Now, I do want to make sure that we go through the parts and pieces of this so that you can kind of follow along and make sure that it makes sense. So if you were to look at the piece of paper for the mini option, or mini comics option number 1, on the front of it, we have this map here where you can see that at the very top, which would technically be upside down, you have page 3, right? That's at the very tip top. And then going in clockwise formation, it goes to page 2, right? Then clockwise, you see page 1, which is also upside down. And then moving back up, we have the front cover, and technically that blank space beside it would be the back cover. This is what it would look like once you have this all folded up. This is basically the way that it'll break down in terms of the story. On the back of it, you can see that the whole page, like a giant splash page, equates to page 4, right? So the way that this works is everything is going to be folded in halves in order for you to both read it and unread it, if you will, right? So you're going to fold it in half, and it's really kind of cool and simple and dynamic the way that we do it. Okay, so I'm going to describe the second version, and then we're going to kill the instructions here. I'm going to come on board and I'm going to show you how to fold it. So don't worry, instructions are going to go away, but I'm going to teach you how to do this. Okay, so for mini comics option 2, this one is a little different. So you're starting off with a landscape or horizontal format, unlike comics 1, which is vertical or portrait format. This one you start off where it's horizontally based. So if you're looking at the front, you have back cover, front cover, page 1, page 2. Then upside down, it goes in clockwise formation, page 3, 4, 5, and 6. If you turn it to the back, you have page 7 and page 8. So this is kind of the cool thing. Whenever you fold these, you actually start from the last page. So you're always going to start from the back, and that will kind of help you fold this in the right order and direction. And the reason why this is really cool and necessary is that naturally, the way that the paper wants to unfold will help you show how to read the story. So it's kind of like a form of origami, which is paper sculptures, which were kind of like really perfected in Japan, which also has its own comic culture called manga. But it's a really cool way to play around with the way that this reads and how it actually unfolds to help you follow along with the narrative that you are to create. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off the instructions here. And we're going to, wow, this is so crazy. It's super trippy, all the different ways that you can see the screen. Okay, So what we're going to do is we're going to fold and unfold and refold some mini comics. So what's kind of crazy and cool is I've done this a few times. So this right here is a showcase of the mini comics version 1, right? So this one creates the 4-page piece in order to read it. And like I said, when you unfold it, or as you read it, it should naturally want the paper to follow the fold structure that you have. So here's the front cover, there's the back cover, right? As you naturally want to unfold the paper, we see page 1, page 2, 3, and then page 4. Boom. Okay, so how do we fold this? Okay, so all my people that want to do the 4-pager, because it's a little harder, you guys are my champions. I love you guys. So this is how we're going to do this one. What we do is we take our piece of paper and you designate which side is going to be the back. Now, you don't have to put the 4 on it, because maybe that get in the way of the comic that you want to tell. But just know that whichever side you designate at the back, that's the side that you want to look at. So you should be looking at part 4 like this, right? I'm going to look at you, but you look at this. Okay, so that's what we're doing. So first thing you're going to do is you're going to take this piece and you're going to take the top and fold it down hamburger style in half. And so what we'll be looking at you will be page 3. Yes, very simple. You've already got like half of the book folded. It's perfect. Good job. So you've gone from page 4 to page 3 easily. Boom. Next thing you're going to do is you're going to take it and go from left to right. So again, this is me looking at you, but you looking at the paper. You're going to go from left to right in half. So boom, you fold it over and it's page 2. Good job, good job, good job, good job. Okay, so from here, we're going to switch gears a little bit, right? So we've gone from top to bottom, left to right. Now we're going to go from bottom to top. We're going to fold up. Boom, page 1. There we go, right there. And then one more time, as if we've never done it before, but we absolutely have, from left to right, we're going to go in half. That gives you the cover, all right? So let's try this one more time, a little slower. Here we go. Let me unfold. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so as you're watching, you're starting from the back, page 4, right here. Boom, easy. You got this one. Good job. You already got this part. Page 4 done. Perfect. So you're going to start from the top, fold it down as well as you can in half. Doesn't have to be a perfect fold. As good as you can do it. It's totally up to you. You know, this is your book, right? Don't let anybody else tell you how to do your book. It's your book, okay? Okay, so boom, you got it like this. So you went from page 4, page 3 by folding down from the top, okay? Now you're going to go from left to right, from left to right. You know where our left to rights are, right? Obviously, I mirrored you because I'm looking at you, but you're looking at the paper. You know, you got it. Okay, I got you. Okay, from left to right, in half, page 2. Good job. Good job. I like it. I like it. Okay, now this time we're going to do things a little differently. Instead of going from top to bottom, we're going to go from the bottom to the top to give you page 1. Great, great job. Good job. I like it. I like it. And last but not least, left to right, one more time to give you the cover. There you go. 4-pager. Brilliant. It's teeny tiny. It's super cute. I like it. Let's go for the big boy. Okay, let's go for the 8-pager. Ooh, 8 pages, but only 3 folds. So it's a little easier. Okay, so on this one, you've got your front cover. This is your back cover. And again, this one's a little tricky. Okay, so as it naturally wants to unfold, you have pages 1 and 2. Now, you may be tempted to do just a little turn. This will give you page 3, and this will give you page 6. Now, I'm not saying that you can't build this narratively. You totally can. It's totally up to you on how you want to do it. But what I would always recommend is that you pull it all the way out in order to see pages 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then you fold down or unfold down, let me say it like that, so that you get pages 7 and 8. Okay, so just like we did for Mini Comics 1, you start looking at the back, always at the back. So pages 7 and 8, 7 is on the left, right? 8 is on the right. That's the way it should look to you, right? Obviously, I'm looking at you. You're looking at this, so it's a little different. Okay, so first thing that you're going to do, and this is a little tricky, you're going to fold up hot dog style, okay? So we're going for the thin setup here, right? Fold up hot dog style. So that's how we do that, right? So you start off here, fold up. That's fold number 1. Boom. You got it? Excellent, excellent. Then we're going to fold, I guess technically hamburger style, in half. Boom, just like that. So you get page 1 and 2 showing. And then you're going to fold it in half one more time, left to right, same way, so that you get this, right? So one more time, let me break this down, show it to you guys. As always, You start from the back, page 7 and 8, perfect. You fold up, hot dog style, in half. So you have 3, 4, 5, and 6. Then you fold from left to right, always from left to right, right? From here to over there, here to over there, in half, boom. So now you have pages 1 and 2. And then you do it again, from left to right, from here to over there, here to over there. Now you have a front cover and a back cover. So you now have the opportunity to tell an 8-page story. Each piece actually can function as its own page. Now you can play around with that. You can change the dynamic. I mean, I've seen some amazing books that instead of reading it like this, actually turn it this way so that you read this way, and then maybe you pull up that way. Like, you can play around with however you want to. This is all about experimentation and creating comics. But the great cool thing about this is that you can now be a comic book creator. Just like those of us that are usually at Gym City sitting behind the tables, you could join us. You could be one of us by creating your own comics. So you start off with your own character, you have all these cool superpowers, all these wonderful things that you do, and then you can find amazing, cool, inexpensive ways for you to create comic stories of your very own. Now, how do you make more of these? Well, the best part is once you fold these up and you draw your stories in, and you get them all set and together, you can go to any print shop, any local Staples, FedEx, Kinko's place, and they can run off copies of these, and they'll maintain the front and back ratios that you need them to. And all you have to do is remember how to refold these. And once you refold them, you can have as many different comic issues as you want that you can have on sale at your table. And I mean, imagine that you could actually sell your own comics by creating these wonderful mini books, these wonderful mini editions that are fantastic. These are huge in the independent community, and I think more mainstream people are going to use these because they're so cool. Like, it might be a low-key secret. You guys might be like the first ones in to know how amazing these comics are. But I hope that you guys had an amazing time. This has been the first presentation of You Create Comics Presents Saturday Morning Serials. So I want to know, what did you guys think? Like, feel free to reach out to me. You can hit me up, Victor Dandridge, at youcreatecomics.com. That's the letter U, C-R-E, the number 8, comics.com. And let me know what kind of cool stuff you guys are creating. Are you guys making comics? Because I'm making comics. I absolutely love making comics. This is the best in the world. I think, you know, it's time for me to get back to my cereals. I haven't eaten my cereals, and you know, it's almost time for me to eat. So thank you guys.
Victor, I made something.
Did you make something? Oh, show me.
I made something.
Oh, I love it. Okay, give me the rundown of the powers. Okay, what do we got?
Okay, so their strength is that they're lean and fit. Okay, so they're not super strong. They're lean and fit, but they could take the damage. So it's definitely internal. The speed is external. They use animals for it.
Oh, nice.
Their flight is internal, but they still have complications with this. So, like, if they are in the middle of fighting, get yeeted off of a cliff, sometimes they're like, I forgot I could fly.
That happens. Yeah.
Their energy is external. They use devices. Yet they do have magic, which is internal, which they use and integrate it into the devices as well.
That is brilliant. I believe Thor so very accurately described technology that was so advanced that primitive cultures could only call it magic. It sounds like you are integrating and marrying those two ideas perfectly. I love it.
So there's my drawing.
Yay!
I did a head drawing.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so I'm expecting a whole comic book series from you.
That's as far as I got.
Whatever. Okay, like right now.
But I do want to point out, you know, and I was like, you know what, I want to participate in this. I want him to see. I actually would like for you to see an actual product, and I'm like, okay, let's do this. So I don't know where their logo comes from though. I
mean, it's absolutely the greatest picture of all time. AGP, you saw that, okay? Absolutely greatest picture, product, person of all time. Hello, let's go.
Oh my gosh, I was just like, oh my gosh, that is so awesome. Like, yeah, that is so cool.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
I'm just like, and you're like, okay, do this circle thing. I'm like, I'm no good with the circles. I'll just make the lines and try to redraw around it.
That totally counts. However, however you have to articulate is the right way to articulate. So no worries. No worries. Good stuff. Good stuff. So yeah, that was my newest panel. I'm so glad you guys let me try that out. That was
Oh my gosh. You're like, I'm sitting there, I'm like, Saturday morning cereal. Where?
Wait, what?
Where?
What are we doing?
Where? I was the cereal.
Yes,
I'm like,
yes.
is he doing a Saturday mornings cartoon thing? Do I need cereal? Do I need to go
Listen,
get my cartoons out or
I'm just
something?
taking it back to the old school because that stuff was so cool. That is the way to do it. Get you some cool cereal, get you some comics. It's the start of a great weekend. I mean, if you ask me, that's how all good weekends should start. So there it is.
And of course, like you said, they can go to you create
comics.com. And you can check out the programming, the products that I have. I got to give a big shout out to my local area here. We're going to start a new campaign. There'll be a nice sign out in my front yard. And the goal will be to entice local kids to create comics all on their own. So if you scan the QR code, if you find yourself in my neighborhood and you scan the QR code, you will get some You Create Comics material sent to your home so you can make comics. Because I really want to encourage kids in my neighborhood to create things. Unfortunately, we have like a geek desert down this way. There aren't any comic shops or any, specific geek friendly things. So we're going to create some. We're going to create a geek oasis to feed the geeky passions of the kids in my neighborhood. So I implore any creators that are out there, make sure that, as great as it is to reach a national level, that you're encouraging young creators in your own neighborhoods, your own part of the world, because we have to keep that energy and that cycle going. You gotta instill the next generation of creatives and show them what can be done. So I'm charging you guys with that kind of energy. So there you go.
And yet, if there's anybody that can bring it to their neighborhood, it's definitely the hardest working man in comics.
Thank you so very much.
Which
I try.
I don't know if I've been able to congratulate you on this editor position you got. So congratulations.
Privately you have. Thank you. For those that don't know, I am the editor-in-chief of the brand new Wizard magazine, which is making its illustrious return after 10 years of being, shelved and put away. So we're still working hard on what we're going to produce for you guys. But just know that it's coming. It is coming. And a secret sauce thing, I get to interview one of the coolest people in the world, Amanda. Talking about some of the great things that she does, because she does so very much to like really kind of put love out there for all kinds of people. So I get the great opportunity to give her some showcase as well. So thank you for that.
Okay, well, now I get to break that news.
Put it all out there. That's right.
I was just like, it was so funny because the conversation we had was hilarious. You're like, hey, are you still doing that Extra Life thing? And I'm like, yeah, I do mine in November for the 24-hour live stream. You're like, cool. By the way, do you want to do an interview? Yeah, sure. I'd love to have you back on the show. And you're like, no, I want to interview you. And I was just
you.
I'm like,
I want to interview you.
Huh?
Yeah, you should have seen her face. We were actually conferencing when
Were you?
broke. Yeah, her face was like, I go, are you okay?
I'm sorry, Richard. I didn't mean to break her while y'all were talking. That's my bad. That was my bad.
I was just like, why? And
because
no,
what you do is so great and important. So yes.
It is an honor. I'm a huge fan of Wizard magazine. I collected it back in the old days when I used to use it to read all the really cool stories who they thought would play like the best superheroes in movies.
Oh my God,
and then they have
yes.
the price guide in the back for your comics. Like that is so. I still have them too. They're over there.
I definitely got mine.
It is it's an honor and a pleasure not only to be able to be in a magazine that I absolutely love and adored, but to be interviewed by one of the greatest people on the face of this planet. It's honestly an honor to not only know you, but I get to call you friend. Like, you're my bro.
Family.
We are family.
That's right.
That's right. I know your kids. I know your wife. We're family. And it's so amazing. All the work that I do, being able people like you are actually what makes me continue, podcasting and doing stuff like this is because I get to meet and become friends with amazing people.
And we get
And
to meet
Richard.
you. Like, let's say this. Like, you know, you and Rich, of course. Like, shout out UVN all day, every day. You know, that's super duper important. I don't think the Central Ohio comic scene would have grown as it has over the last 10 years without UVN. So that's definitely got to be stated. Shout out from the rooftops. But thank you guys for letting me come play.
Years. He's been doing this for 20 years.
What? It's been 20. I only got you on the halfway mark.
It's 18, but you know.
And that's 20.
No, you round up. Now you round up. You just got to round up. At 18, you might as well like.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's 20. It's 20 at this point.
Yeah.
But thank you guys so much for letting me kick things off. This has been so much fun, and I can't wait to see all the great panels that happen throughout the rest of the day. Ladies and gents, I'm Victor Dandridge, the hardest working man in comics, saying peace. Till next time.
Bye. Oh my gosh, that was absolutely amazing. And of course, guys, don't forget to check out youcreatecomics.com. He also has his other website, which is vantageinhouse.com. You can also find him over on Instagram at Vantage Inhouse. You can find him over on Facebook over at Victor Dandridge Jr. And of course, he's also over on Twitter, same thing, Vantage Inhouse. So make sure that you check him out. He has some of the best stuff in the world. He's very nice, very compassionate, and he's there for his fans. And I think he was the perfect person to bring on to start everything that we were doing.
Oh, definitely.
So okay, people, I cannot answer 43 messages right now. My Facebook's blowing up. It's like, how do I handle? But of course, getting ready to come up next in the next 13 minutes, we have Jenny Wood, really an amazing creator of a wonderful comic called Flutter, which is all about expression and learning who you truly are. And then I'm going to mess up his name. He told me how to pronounce his name, but I'm going to mess this up anyway. So I do totally apologize, Jeff. But Jeff McClelland, who is writing for the Tick comic at this time. And these guys are going to be focusing on the writing aspect of comics. And at the end of this, they're actually going to allow us to give you their email address so you can actually reach out to them if you have any works that you've been writing on. So I think that's exciting. Yay! So did you make a character, or were you too busy dawdling on something else?
No, I finished. Well, it's a character. You want to see it?
I showed mine in my horrible drawing. Now you have to show yours.
Okay, give me a sec. I'm going to screen share.
Oh, he's gonna screen share.
It was digital.
Oh God, I'm gonna have to see that on Facebook and Instagram. He did his digital, and I'm all like,
it's for a competition. As
hey. By the way, I do not claim to be an artist, so you're just gonna have to get over that, people. I'm sorry. I don't know. I think you get the idea that her hair's blowing in the wind, right? Right?
Yeah.
Kind of? Yeah. Okay. No, that was so educational. I had so much fun doing that. So while we have a few moments real quickly, as we said, my name is Amanda and this is Richard. I host AGP, Amanda Gilliam Presents, which is we stream podcasts and gaming over on Twitch. We also have a YouTube channel, which we're streaming on right now. So if you want to head over to YouTube, or if you're continuing to watch this on the Gem City Comic Con Facebook page, that's fine as well. And basically, we're just a group. We have a total of 10 members, ranging from the age of 20 to the old decrepit woman of 42 right here. Where we just get to play a variety of games. So we play everything from Dead by Daylight to GTA 5, Fortnite, Fall Guys, 7 Days to Die, Ark Survival Evolved. God, what are other? Killing Floor 2. There's a lot of different games. We're looking at starting the Forest again, which we haven't played in like eons. So we're looking to restart a Forest gameplay. So we play a lot of different games, and we stretch most of us live here in the state of Ohio. We have one that lives in Michigan, and then we actually have one that lives all the way in Australia. So we are a very diverse group. But we love being able to do what we do. Richard,
Yeah.
we're not the only ones who do podcasting and gaming.
Yeah, we do Underground Video Network is .com, which is our website. And then we have a couple different shows. The oldest one, which has been around 18 years now, is UVN Behind the Counter.
We just had this discussion, just at 20.
Well, we started on local access in Lima, Ohio. And then we started running around the state, going to different events. Pack Rat Comics we went down to their second anniversary and filmed there. And then we just caught the bug. We started going to conventions. Our first Gem City was actually 2008. So, we've been covering it ever since. So that was that. And then lately, I've been co-hosting a new podcast, which is now a video podcast with Mike Boroff called UVN We Talk Too Much. And this is our new entry, which is almost ready for the 100th episode. I think we're on 93 tonight.
Seriously, sometimes I think you should just create it. Mike talks too much and I just sit here.
Tonight, we're going to be talking about just the new Justice League. So we'll probably talk for a long time.
So you posted last night proving that I have been working for Gem City for way too long.
Yeah, your first interview there. We actually met even before that. So
we had met before that.
Technically, we actually met at Pack Rat, but we really didn't know each other then.
No.
We into each other.
Then we got to know each other back in the old days when I worked for the Cincinnati Comic Expo.
Right.
And then from the Cincinnati Comic Expo, I moved to Derby City. Left Derby City when it got sold to the guy who runs Lexington Toy and Comic Expo, and then I got picked up by Jesse. And don't take that the wrong way. Is it like he's like, oh, you poor little thing, here, let me pick you up. Oh, are you okay? No. I had already met Jesse. One of the nice things is when Chuck was running Derby City Comic Con, he allowed me to work for other conventions. So I helped out things like the Cincinnati Comic Con, and I was helping out Jesse with the Gem City Comic Con. So when I lost my position when Derby got sold, I got picked up and hired on full time with Gem City. And I remember the first show that I actually got to go to the show and start learning and started becoming the showrunner. And you happened to post that, which was in 2015. 2015. It's been 6 years I've been running this show. I'm just like, oh, thank you for letting me know how old I am.
You're not old.
But no, and again, big shout out to Jesse. I really do want to thank him. I want to thank him for supporting AGP with their podcast and the gaming that they do, allowing us to promote our stuff over on both Gem City and Champion City Comic Con. Thank you so much for allowing me the free range to do the stuff that I do. I love our working relationship. Hey, do you want to do this? Yeah, good, because I already started it. But I like being able to do this stuff, and it's an honor and a pleasure to always be able to be one of the hosts of the shows. And I know I say honor and pleasure a lot, but that's just how I feel. So thank you so much, Jesse. And again, thank you, Richard, for being a part of this too. And thank you for bringing Godzilla, because he's epic.
He's protecting my Atari cartridges,
Yeah, speaking of, how's the Atari gaming going on your channel?
We're working. It had some hiccup. Then I fell behind with school. School got really rough. We had midterms and stuff. So
yeah, when are you gonna finish my schooling for me so I know what I'm doing in this world?
We're learning.
It's so funny because you are super duper uber smart. This stuff was created for someone like you, and I am a person just sit here going push button, please work, don't know what doing, and yet I get to be a host. Whose bright idea was this again?
It was you.
Why do I keep having these bright ideas? Oh, dear Lord, the puppy is chewing on
Uh-oh.
stuff we're not going to mention. But of course, we got, like I said, we have a panel coming up for you guys. And the reason why we're doing these fillers, because some people are like, well, why are you doing these 15-minute breaks? The reason why we're doing these 15-minute breaks is this gives people an opportunity to get up, get something to eat, use the bathroom, kind of like you would at a show. You would have that in between time between panels. Because I mean, I don't expect you to sit from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. I would like for you to get up, and this is something that Richard and I implemented when we did the Champion City Comic Con last year in November,
And it worked.
and it worked really well because this gives us opportunities as well. Like, we get the opportunity while the panel's going on to be able to tag team. Hey, I've got to go take the dogs out, I got to go do this. So but this gives you guys an opportunity while we're just filling in the time to be able to do your stuff as well and go get that Saturday morning cereal that made everybody hungry that Victor talked about. Oh my gosh, Victor, you're in so much trouble, my man. So much trouble. And just checking. Oh, which reminds me, I need to go ahead and get this up and running before we do anything. I need this, and I need that, and then boom. That way I already have their sharing stuff ready to go.
Okay.
Because I forgot to do that. So, Richard, so you're going to be talking about the Zack Snyder, everybody can't get enough.
That was a long movie. And I've seen a long movie. I sat through Gone with the Wind in the movie theater.
I love that
And
movie.
that's 3 hours and 58 minutes. And
This
Zack
is
Snyder,
4 hours.
it was 4 hours and 2 minutes. So yeah, same thing. So, and I have actually seen Dr. Zhivago in the movie theater too. So that's 3 hours and 28 minutes, I think. So I was prepared, but actually what was so nice being at home, it's broken down in chapters. So if you want to take a break, you can just break at the chapter point and then come back. Because I actually took 2 breaks because I was waiting on a FedEx delivery somewhere else while I was watching. And then I got to a point where I stopped, and then FedEx guys showed up, and then we went back, and then I started up again. So, it was kind of nice.
So without spoilers, because obviously I don't have the ability to watch it. I hated Justice League. I hated Batman v Superman. A lot of the people who are just like, their lives have been completed and they've internally exploded because of this, of pure enjoyment. Most of the people I know were actually fans of both of those movies. They were disappointed, but they didn't hate Justice League outright.
Right.
Where do you stand?
I enjoyed this a little bit better because I really didn't like Justice League as well. I thought it had some very bad editing. Of course, I do editing, so I saw the bad edits. I mean, it was a presence in this movie too. This one was kind of drug out a little bit. It should have been tightened more in my mind. But other than that, I really did enjoy this cut of it. And I like seeing extra cuts because I did like the Batman versus Superman extended cut. I liked it a lot better than I did the theatrical cut. And I am a person who likes the extended cuts a lot better because I've always been a big fan of that stuff. Because I remember like Superman, it had like 1,000,000 cuts, because it had the ABC special cut and all that stuff. So, I that's where I really fall, that I enjoyed watching it for what it was. And, I can understand why people don't like it because it was drawing out a little bit. So the ones who didn't like that, I can see why they didn't like that, because the super slow motion, as one friend joked, you could speed those up and save 70 minutes,
All right. Well, we have the first of our next 2 guests come here already. Hi, Jeff.
Hey there, Amanda. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. And there's Jenny. Now, Jeff, I know that we have bonded during our mic check, but I'm going to have to take it back now.
Fair enough.
He's a Steelers fan. And I'm a Bengals girl.
What does that sound like? That sounds like 6 Super Bowl championships.
Yeah, okay. You can just go. Bye, Jeff.
Oh my. Well, Amanda, I grew up a Steelers fan.
Yeah, but you're not wearing the merchandise.
That's true. Yeah.
So, guys, before you get started, you want to go ahead and introduce yourselves real quickly.
Jenny, please.
Hi, I'm Jenny. I am a non-binary comic writer, graphic novelist, musician. I currently live in Boston. I grew up in North Carolina. I just want to thank everyone for being here on the first day of spring. So for joining us when you could be anywhere else right now. Well, that's not the case because we're in a pandemic.
But you don't want to be anywhere else right now. This is the place where you want to be.
Yes, yes. So thank you for joining us.
It's just a theory, right? You could be other places, but where would you go?
And what about you, sir? Who are you?
Yeah, so grateful to be here today. Thanks, everyone. I'm Jeff McClelland. So I'm a writer and a teacher. So I'm currently writing for New England Comics. I'm representing, I guess, for the title The Tick. I've written other books like Honcho, and I was an editor on Flutter with the wonderful Jenny Wood. I have a book that I'm working on right now called Planet Comics, which is just a kind of reinvention of the Golden Age title. So super happy to be here. I guess I'm all branded up today, so I'm ready to go.
Well, we are very excited to have both of you here. I have your document up and ready to go when you need it. Is there anything else you need from us before we let you have at it with the fans?
I just want to say thank you, Amanda, for the opportunity, for putting this together, this virtual Comic-Con, for giving us a safe space to gather, and for having us.
Guys, I miss convention so much. I wore my convention shirt for today.
It's an honor and a pleasure, and thank both of you for taking time out of your guys' busy schedule to give us 45 minutes of your time to help people. We greatly appreciate it. So on that note, Jenny, Jeff, have fun, enjoy, and if you need us, we'll be right here.
Great, thank you. All right, so we are gathered today to talk about, to have an open write, to get some writing time in. It's an open write session. I personally feel like during the pandemic, anytime you can find a place to gather and write. I used to do it in coffee shops where I'd meet friends and we would sit and write. We don't have that right now. So just creating an online space to do some writing together, because I feel like in difficult times, especially, writing can be a needed escape for some, and it can also be cathartic for others. It can be both. So here we are today, and we're going to focus on character.
Yeah, we thought that this was maybe a nice kind of digestible section that we could talk about for writing. And one of the reasons that we chose this was because this is such a big part of storytelling that sometimes gets overlooked. I think that if you think about maybe some of your favorite stories, regardless of what type of medium that this is in, probably you like it. One of the reasons anyway is because you like the characters so much and they're relatable. So it's not a situation where it's just super easy to do or even to understand. But we thought we could talk about that for a little while and how we might be able to develop characters that are well-rounded, that are realistic, and that kind of lend credence to your own story.
That's a great way to get us started, Jeff. I think Jeff and I are going to just talk briefly a bit about how we create our characters, because here's the key. Every writer works differently, and you need to find what works best for you. And I know for me, I tend to do a lot of character development before I even get started on the story. So I write a lot off the page. I do a character bio sheet. We're going to see an example of that in a second, where I just answer questions about the character. What's in their fridge? What's their favorite article of clothing? What's their favorite music? Things like that. And then I keep a journal of one of the major characters. Now, I don't necessarily fill up a whole journal, but I keep a few days of days in the life of that character. If I'm telling a story from a first-person point of view of one character, particularly in prose in novels, I will do a journal from like that character's love interest or the next major character, so I can flesh out their voice and who they are. Another thing you can do that I like to do is an interview with the character. You can have someone else interview the character, and you're doing this on the page, or you can have that character interview themselves. These are just things that I do to flesh out a character that don't make it to the story. Typically, elements do, but there's pages and pages that I'm doing that don't make it into the story. And really, you have to trust that process. That's never been a waste of time. Sometimes I take a day or two, sometimes I take a week and develop the characters. And in the middle of that, I'm like, what am I doing? Am I wasting my time here? But it's never a waste of time. When you sit down to write the story, you can always see that work was not a waste, because it informs the plot. Because in my experience, plot starts with character. The character informs the plot. In my favorite stories that in film and TV and comics and novels, it's the character that's pushing the plot. So that's how I do it. Jeff's going to talk about how he does it, but the key that I think we both want to hit home with you is, find the best way find the way that works best for you.
So one of the things to recognize just about scripting in general, and certainly for comics in particular, is that script is a production document, and it doesn't have to be. You're not having a one-to-one transfer where everything you write on the page is going to make it into the final product, or at least the final product that people see. So there's a lot that you can do with it, and it doesn't always have to be as organized as you might expect, maybe a novel or something like that. So one of the things that I really admire about Jenny's work is that regardless of the type of story that she's working on, the genre, anything like that, she always puts a lot of time into the characters themselves. And sometimes this is in contrast with my own work, because I'm so ready to get going that I just want to kind of throw characters together and see how they react. So, regardless of how you might approach it, you should at least give it a shot, where you think about the characters themselves and who they are and what they might do. So one of the things that I like to do, and this is definitely something that I'm trying to work on, is when I come up with a character, when I consider who they're going to be, the way I tend to approach is I put them I take like the basic framework of who they are, and I kind of toss them into a situation. And I think, like, how is this character, based on what I know about them so far, going to react to these different settings? Or maybe how are they going to react to a different character or another person? And I just kind of think about maybe how they would respond to a particular situation and see where it goes with them. And by putting them in that situation, just kind of throwing them in the deep end, for me anyway, I'm able to kind of develop those characters maybe in a little bit of a different way, where Jenny will look at, ask these questions: who is this character? What do they do? What do they have in their fridge? Or I'm more thinking about, how are they going to react to, being so my situation that I tend to work with is, what happens if this character is in a situation where he or she does not get a paycheck that week, so their paycheck is delayed for a week. How are they going to react to that? And then I tend to focus on dialogue a lot. So I think about, what is that conversation like, and what does that reveal about who the characters are? Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. But for me anyway, it's something that I have found helpful, and to just kind of understand who the characters are before I put them in, whatever kind of wild, elaborate scenario they're going to be in the story itself. So that kind of leads us to, forgive me, Jenny, that kind of leads to our character document that we wrote for today, that we are going to share with you. So I'm an instructor, so I tend to be a bit verbose sometimes with the documents that I write, but I wanted to give us some context for maybe what we're going to try to do today. So I put together a couple paragraphs here, just to kind of elaborate some of my thoughts before we actually got into the character sheet themselves. So Jenny, why don't you tell us about what exactly this document contains?
So we have here, the character bio sheet that I mentioned that I use. This is an abbreviated version, and If you want a copy of this and kind of the full version, feel free to email me or reach out to me through social media, and I will get a copy of that to you. I will put my email up in the chat before the end of the session. And then the idea today is to go through this character bio sheet together in our open writing session during our writing time, and then follow it right into a writing prompt. So you develop the character, and then you take that character through our prompt. So we'll start by each of us just taking that 20 minutes to answer the character bio sheet. So the character's name and nickname, age and gender. And again, these things won't apply to your character necessarily. So you take the ones that do. You can go into where they were born, where they currently live, their favorite food, favorite music. And then when you go through all 12 and the ones that apply to your character, we will go into the writing prompt, which is to write a scene or scenario of a situation where your character is being bullied. Why are they being bullied? And this is at the end of the sheet. So after you fill out the bio sheet, why are they being bullied? Is it due to a rumor that the bully knows, a secret? Are they being bullied over their beliefs, their identity? Did they get caught in a lie? And it's really, the scene is about how the character reacts. As Jeff says, he likes to focus on characters reacting, how the character reacts to being bullied. What do they do? How do they feel? What do they say in the situation? Maybe they're usually the bully, and now the shoe's on the other foot. And then lastly, when you finish writing that scene, if there's time left before we come back as a group and talk about it, you can journal about how that character felt in that moment, in that scene with the bully, and what did they learn from it. So that's a lot. We're going to go step by step. And Jeff is going to kind of take your comments, your responses to, we're going to take suggestions from you of a character. And Jeff, why don't you tell them what your plan is for your part of the exercise?
So what I thought would be interesting, maybe kind of fun, would be to take some suggestions from you in the audience, if anyone is out there and had them, because I think maybe one of the most challenging things for any writer is just starting sometimes and just kind of figuring out, where do I even begin? And so I'm going to do the same thing as everyone else out there. If we're going to try to work on this together. So I'm going to fill out our character, our bio sheet first, and then I'm going to go into the writing prompt. And to be clear about this, if you have a character that you've already developed and want to put them in this situation, that works too. Or if you want to create a brand new character and just kind of see where it goes, then that's cool. But what I thought I would do is if anyone wanted to give me some suggestions, I could work with that and write something up and just kind of see how it turns out. So if anyone wants to leave a comment, Amanda will be able to pass this along to me. Here are the qualities that I'm looking for. If anyone wanted to give me a character, if you wanted to come up with a name, we could work with that. How about an age, if it's appropriate, an occupation, and a gender? Why don't we do that? So name, occupation, age, gender. If anyone has suggestions, you can just kind of throw them out there, and those will be relayed to me. I'll work with some of that and try to create a character just kind of on the fly. So as we're writing, I'll be writing too, and then maybe we can share some things together in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll be writing as well. So it's 11:30 now. So we will write for 20 minutes and then come back together at 11:50. Typically, when we do these open write sessions, you can stay on camera. You can, if that doesn't feel good to you, you can go off camera and write, and then just come back on camera at 11:50. All right.
If it doesn't feel good to you, just turn your camera off and look at me.
So while they're doing that, I just want to bring up the fact that there is something really amazing going on right now. Jeff actually has this really cool Kickstarter going on. So while you guys are writing, you guys can listen to the soothing voice of me as I share this amazing Kickstarter, which I think deserves a lot of love. He has Planet Comics issue 2 out right now on Kickstarter. It's a retro sci-fi comics anthology. Just check out the amazing artwork on this thing. I mean, how epic, like that looks like it belongs in Mystery Science Theater 3000 right there. It really does, which is one of my favorite shows of all time, just in case anybody really wants to know. This is 40-plus page, full-color, oversized comic anthology that pays homage to the original 1940s pulp magazine. So just to give you some ideas, this is what they have going on. They only have, at this particular time, 8 days to go, and they are just under their goal of $3,000. So please make sure that you go check it out. Obviously, we do understand that times are hard right now, so if you can't back the project yourself, please go ahead and share it on any of your social media links. That way, maybe somebody that you know who might be interested might be able to get an opportunity to see this if they haven't already.
Thanks so much for sharing, Amanda. And like I said, if anyone has comments you want me to write on something, if not, I'll certainly go ahead and forge ahead. But if you do, Amanda, please let me know if there are any suggestions that I can start with.
I have a character for you.
Go right ahead.
Okay, so her name's Amanda. I'm very original.
Okay.
She's 30 years old. She was born in the United States. We're just gonna leave it at that. Their favorite food is junk food / seafood. Their favorite music is anime theme music. Their most treasured possession are their friends and their pets. Their biggest fear is spiders. Their closest friend is named Barbara. They call her Girl because she's 4'5". And the reason why she's her best friend is because she didn't judge Amanda for all of her weird quirks and everything. They've grown up together, and Amanda really appreciates her for being just who she is, and loving her for always being there and supporting her. I'm gonna go with brown hair, blue eyes. I don't know why. Hush, Jenny. Added towards body. Always one. It's that I wish I looked better, but I'm too lazy to do anything type look. Contents of refrigerator, definitely junk food. And relationship to father and mother. Her father died and left her to the vast fortune that she now possesses, while her mother is an international crime lord.
I like it.
And she doesn't know, and she doesn't find out that her mother is still alive. Her father died when she was like 5, and she doesn't even find out that her mother is her mother until she's like 14, and has to come to the realization of what she does now, because she's like, oh, there, I made a character.
We'll go with it.
Yeah, I'm gonna write a scenario for this character too, so we can compare notes.
What? I wanted to participate.
Yeah, no, it's great.
And no one else was, so.
Amanda, I think you should write a scenario too.
Ooh, I can use the stuff that I learned from the comic book guy from Victor, who was right before you guys, and I can imply my superhero stuff to it. Okay. It's so weird. I'm not used to writing. I'm used to talking. Okay. Sorry, I make noises.
That's okay. Writers have to learn to work with distractions.
This is definitely this one, I'm going to be honest, is like art imitating semi-life. But don't you guys find that some of the stuff that when you're creating a character, you implement some of the stuff that you as a person kind of put some of that into your characters?
Absolutely.
You just come up with better names than Amanda.
Amanda's a good name.
I think everyone draws on their own experiences, and that's a big part of it for anyone.
Yeah.
And then, of course, guys, if like Jenny was saying earlier, okay, guys, leave my Facebook alone for like 2 seconds. I'm trying to work on something. Like Jenny was saying a little bit earlier, we understand that some people may not want to share their stuff. You may not be able to watch this till a little bit later. So, like she said, if you want, you are more than welcome to go ahead and email her. And I'm going to pop this up here right now for you guys. And Jeff, what about you? Are they welcome to email you or not?
Please do. Yes. Do you have my email address?
Oh, yes, I do, Lovey.
Okay. All right. Well, I look forward to hearing apparently from you every 15 minutes.
There's that. So there's Jenny's and there's Jeff's. And of course, it's up there on the screen. You can write that down. You can send your stuff over to them. Both of them are amazing people. They love talking to their fans. They love talking to other creators. And one of the really cool things about these guys is they're here to help people with any questions that they have. And that speaks volumes of what type of creators that they are, because we've all met those people in our lives where they're like, no. And so knowing that these two are taking time out of their busy schedule and that they're willing to answer any questions that you guys have is amazing. And let's see, finishing my, let's see, blah, blah, blah. If he finishes right at your oh. Okay.
If you're done with your character bio sheet and with the prompt, then do a journal entry of how your character felt about the experience.
Got it. My poor puppy's dead asleep. Yes. We started in and she jumped up. She's like, I want to be on the show too. And I'm like, no, you don't. You really don't. This is fun. I'm creating all sorts of things today.
Good.
Look, I made a character earlier. Blah. That's my superhero.
That's awesome.
I like her boots.
I even did a headshot for her. See? Look. Bam. Definitely not an artist. I don't know about everybody else out there, but I'm enjoying this experience.
Good.
Well, I think what's interesting about things like this, like, I'm obviously not a comic book creator. I don't create comics. I don't write. I don't draw. I'm the talker. That's why I've always been a podcaster and a gamer. So it's kind of like breaking a little outside of that little box that I kind of put myself into.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's one of the silver linings that's come out of this last year, this experience, is I think we're all forced to go outside of our comfort zone in different ways, you know.
But it's fun. And like I said, you know, just to prove something, like, this is not something that I would normally do, and I normally wouldn't even show stuff like this because, like, I know how bad of a artist I am. But being friends with you guys and being able to do experiences like this gives me the confidence to just go, who cares? Let me just show it off. It's
Yeah.
funny. It's adorable.
Yeah. Well, I would never propose at a comic convention, we wouldn't be writing in a room together, right? On a
Right.
panel. But I find, like I said at the beginning, it doesn't always feel good in this current place that we're in to just be talking. You know, I want to give people an open space to come write.
Right. It's an open space, and the writing, even if, like, you're like, well, I don't really want to make a character. You know, you can kind of implement some of the stuff like I did, some of my experiences, which is how I came up with kind of like my scenario,
Yeah.
taking the funny things that I picked, you know, like my relationship with my mother, and then writing that into a scenario of kind of like where I want to be in life, and using that and going, oh, well, what's going on in today? And it allows people to just become creative. So
Right.
you know, even if you're not doing it, maybe let's say you're not doing it right now, and maybe you decide to come back and look at this later, and you decide to try this out. Maybe you just kind of do it to just maybe express yourself. Maybe do it for yourself. You know, a lot of people will tell you that in today's society, we've learned that there's a lot of people dealing with anxiety, depression, things like that. This could actually work for people with that because they can write down their name, their age, their attitude towards their body, so on and so forth, and write the scenarios for them,
Right.
and kind of be a drummer for them and let them get some of that release out and let them be able to express themselves. And you can do this whether, you know, you're participating with them, or you just want to do this because this is a way for you to allow yourself to express yourself without having to put yourself out there.
Right.
And I think I really like this situation that you guys are doing, and I think it's really important.
Well, thank you. And yeah, it can be a cathartic experience, and the person doesn't have to publish it. They don't have to share it. It can just be a way to get their feelings out, or they can share it with one person. Or, you know, this is where memoir starts. This is where nonfiction starts. This is where, you know, a book like Fun Home that is about a very personal experience happens. I do want to, you know, so we've got about 5 minutes left to write. So if you guys are struggling to write while we're talking, you can just mute us. And also, though, I will say, you know, if you're able to write while we're talking, you know, on a good day, I can write next to a busy intersection. I can write in a train station, at Penn Station. On a bad day, I can't write in a library, so that's the thing to know too, is, some days you're just not going to be able to write anywhere. And the key is to try and see if something comes. Some days you have a deadline, you don't have a choice. You've got to get it done. But Amanda and I are testing Jeff right now. Right? Or he has this muted.
I love to look at his face. Because
what happened to me is I used Amanda's details that she gave us for her character, and I wrote a quick scene, and I finished. And so I started engaging here with Amanda. And that happens, sometimes you write, you'll hear songwriters tell you it takes weeks to get a song right in the recording studio. And then you'll hear the same songwriter say another song came out in 2 minutes. What I did, and we're going to talk about this in a minute, or talk more about it. I took just 2 or 3 details from Amanda's character and wrote a quick scene. And I'm like, okay, that's what I want to do with this. But you could be taking, more details or just one detail, the crime lord mom detail, and writing a graphic novel series from it. So you just go with what jumps out at you.
I love the fact that you like that. Okay, she's like, oh, she's going with the parents are dead. Oh wait, your mom's a crime lord. Wait a minute, what?
Well, I'm assuming your mom's not.
No.
So I love how you kept it close to you, and then you're just going to throw it.
Just deviated completely.
That's great.
It's like, oh, Amanda, I'm going to smidge in and say I'm 30 when I'm 42. Everything else, yes.
Hey, I bought 30. So you look 30. So go with it.
The best friend's made up, obvious. The best friend, just so you know, is actually made up. It's actually, okay, kind of made up.
Everything else. But this is here's a good example of taking your from your own experience, starting with yourself, and then filtering in different things, and then you can turn it into fiction. You can keep the same name. Then it's a persona. It's a fictionalized version of you. There's so many different ways to go with story and go with character.
Right. It's like, I'm like, best friend. Well, I kind of want to deviate, so I don't want to use an actual real best friend. I was like, oh, my imaginary friend from when I was 5. That one.
Yeah. Well, see, that makes it even better.
So I was like, yeah, that'll work. But it's just funny because, like, these are things that I'm like, I haven't thought about that in ages. Holy crap.
See? Yeah, it comes out now.
Kenny's drinking water, and I'm like trying to down an energy drink, like, stay awake.
Well, I had 2 cups of coffee because I have a puppy and he had me up at 7, right? 1 minute. So everyone wrap up what you're doing. You can always go back to it later on after this session.
My puppy's asleep, and I'm happy for that.
Yeah.
I can't believe she's 4. I can't believe she's 4.
Wow. I want mine to be 4. So he's calmer.
I have a Chihuahua. Mine will never be calmer.
I'm afraid that's the case with mine. He's 20% Chihuahua. All right.
You're dead.
What?
You're dead. It's not calming down.
Okay, so it's 11:50. So let's wrap it up and come back together. Jeff.
I don't know that one. Jeff. Earth to Jeff. He's like, no, I ain't finishing this. This is my new novel right here. This will be interesting to see what everybody writes, though.
I know.
I'm like,
I want to know.
So while we're waiting on him, you ready, Jeff?
Let's go. I was in the zone, so if you were speaking to me, I didn't hear it.
See,
I love
there you
I
go.
love your zone face. I love your zone face. You're just like, oh, oh,
When you're,
oh.
and this is an example of when you're in the zone, you can write through anything. So, if,
So who should go first?
Jenny, would you like to share some of the things that you wrote, and then
Sure.
I can take it later.
Yes. And then, yeah, Jeff, you go, and I want to hear what Amanda did too. So I wrote down Amanda's character, and the things that jumped out to me was her biggest fear is spiders. And so I wanted to junk food in her fridge, and then her best friend Barb, which I then have now learned is an imaginary friend. So that just makes this much more interesting.
From when I was 5, not now. From when I was 5. Let's clarify this real quickly.
All right, well, I'm using it now. So I have wrote a scene, and I took the whole being bullied kind of more of a practical joke, a life lesson. So with these writing prompts, and writing prompts are a good way to develop your characters, develop stories. But you can always take them and do whatever you want to with them, right? Take them loosely as a suggestion. So bullying, in the case of this short scene that I wrote, is teaching someone a life lesson. So Amanda wakes up in the middle of the night to a noise in the kitchen. She goes into the kitchen, and there's a giant spider eating all her junk food in the fridge. Amanda says, "Oh my God." And she picks up the phone to call her BFF, Barb, who's imaginary. We'll leave that out. Amanda to Barb, "There's a giant spider in my kitchen. Can you believe it?" Barbara says, "Yes, I can." Amanda says, "Did you hear me? I said there's a giant spider in my kitchen eating all my food." Barbara says, "I know." Amanda says, "What do you mean you know?" Barb says, "I put it there."
Oh,
What?
hell no. You ain't my best friend no more.
Barb says, "You need to get over your fear of spiders. This is your life lesson. You need to get over, and so get over your fear, and so you need to deal with that large spider, because once you do, you will never, ever be afraid of spiders again."
I am losing my friends, my pets, my house. I'm burning it to the ground. I'm gone.
Now, Jenny, if Barb is imaginary, do you feel like Amanda might be calling her like on a banana or something like that? Like, it's just like, me like, listen.
Yeah.
Get
Yes. Now, see, that's an example of revision once you get another detail in. So when I wrote this, I didn't know that the friend was an imaginary friend from when Amanda was 5. So now you can go back, and let's say, like, you wrote that scene, you're doing dishes or something, and you realize, oh, I think the friend should be imaginary. So then you go back and you rewrite it and add an element of comedy to it, because this friend is imaginary. So yes, she's talking to her on a banana. So if the friend's imaginary, did Amanda put the spider there to teach herself? I don't know. There you go.
And the whole thing's imaginary because Amanda doesn't own bananas. So yeah.
All right.
Okay,
Jeff, what did you come up with?
I wrote a very short scene. I titled it "Amanda Quits Her Job." So it starts out, Amanda stared at the corner of the ceiling into the spot where all the lines converged to a point in a way that seemed to draw everything to a close. Her life around her was similarly converging. Her options at the moment were few, plus she thought there might be spiders up there. "Amanda, are you listening to me?" Amanda focused her attention on the district manager sitting across the table in the conference room as the lights overhead buzzed their indifference. One flickered, ready to give out. "Sure thing, Dan," Amanda said, pushing a strand of brown hair from in front of her eyes. She knew where the conversation was heading, even if she tried to pretend otherwise. "It's been in there for a week," Dan droned on. He placed the plastic container on the table and slid it toward her. Amanda let it slide on by where it dropped to the floor. "You were supposed to catch that," Dan said. "Was I?" Amanda batted her eyes, feigning innocence. 2 years ago, the company had purchased a new refrigerator for the break room, and ever since, Dan had felt a sense of ownership of that standard appliance that Amanda never understood. In the last 2 years, Dan had policed its use in ways that bordered on obsession. Amanda looked at the floor. The container's lid had come loose, and a viscous liquid started to spill onto the carpet. If this room starts to smell like oysters, it's your fault, Dan said. Amanda sighed and thought of her mother. She'd know how to take care of this, she thought. So that's our little scene there, where Amanda plots her revenge, and I give Dan some of his due, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's the great detail, creating a whole scene and a whole world from the character details that she gave us. It's great.
Amanda, we want to hear in the time we have left what you have discovered about your own self-named character.
Okay, so Amanda wakes up early in the morning to realize that there is a lot of things going on her social media accounts. Amanda goes ahead and walks over because now that she's an international content creator and people know her based off of her Twitch and her YouTube, she goes to realize that there is a hashtag cancel Amanda going on all social media due to the fact that her mother is an international crime lord. People are constantly saying that Amanda is a crime lord herself. That's why she got to this status. Her mother's money has been supporting her this entire time. She supports her mother in all of this. Hashtag cancel Amanda. Hashtag cancel Amanda. Amanda calls her best friend Girl, because that's Barbara's nickname, Girl, by the way, everybody. Girl, oh my God, have you seen what's going on? She's like, I know, I don't know what's going on. I was like, I don't know how to handle this. I don't know what I'm going to do. Just because of who my mother is, people automatically assuming I'm these things that I'm not. Girl's trying to help Amanda calm down. Amanda is panicking. All of a sudden, there's just more bullying, and all of these messages are on both of her Twitches and all of her YouTube things. She's just feeling bullied and cornered. She's feeling so claustrophobic. Her anxiety and her depression are starting to overwhelm her. Girl quickly gets the rest of her crew together, and they come over to help her with this situation. Amanda goes and she creates a video trying to explain to people that this is the situation. But it just feels like an unending battle. And at some point in time, Amanda, during the video, finally looks at everybody and goes, forget you. You all should know me by now. I've been doing this for over 10 years. If you don't know the type of person that I am that got me to the place that I am, then you don't know me. These things are lies. You're spreading rumors. This is called bullying. This cancel culture needs to stop. Amanda takes a moment to breathe. Her friends look at her. They put their hands on her shoulder. Amanda looks at Girl because that's been her support since she was as young as she can remember. And she just looks at them and goes, if this is what you want to spread, hates and lies, then I don't want to do this anymore. The end.
Felt very personal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry. I try to implement. So, I am a content creator. So I try to implement. I was like, okay, so what can I implement in a scenario that kind of reflects on what's going on in the world today?
Mm-hmm.
And we see a lot of this cancel culture. And I was like, well, if I was a content creator based off of what I did, and I was actually at that point where, like, I have the views on YouTube and Twitch and the whole 9 yards, this would probably be the thing that would come out and people's like, oh, she's got to be canceled, things like that. So I just kind of went with that.
Yeah, no, it did feel very personal. I was thinking about how that we each used bully in a different way. We each used the writing prompt in such a different way, and the character details, which is that's a good point to make. As writers, sometimes we feel like, oh, I have an idea, but it's already been done a million times, or but it hasn't. It has, but it hasn't been done from your point of view. So again, we all took the same subject and the same character and came up with 3 very different scenarios and exexamples. So
was mine okay?
Yeah.
It was great.
Yes, it was great. Yeah. No, it was great. I'm just thinking for the people out there writing to never let don't hesitate to write something if it's a topic that's been written about a lot, is my point. And just put it through your own filter and have faith that believe that you have something unique to say. Jeff, final thoughts?
Yes. So one of the, I guess, as we wrap up, I just want to say that, it's a process that you go through. And more than anything else, what I want you to take away from this is that when you are creating a character, you put them in a situation. The goal here is for them to change somehow. So don't get caught up in, the now. Think about what a character might learn. So if a character is going to be dynamic, then they're going to have to react to those situations. So use these situations in a way that affects the character, that creates some change. And in that, you're going to build plausibility and hopefully likability too. So Amanda, thanks so much for giving us this platform today.
Oh,
Jenny,
it's been
thanks
an
for
honor
being
and a
here.
pleasure. Again, guys, make sure that you check these guys out. They're absolutely amazing. Once again, if you do have a story that you want to share as well, you can go ahead and email Jenny right there at jenny_wood@yahoo.com. You can also go ahead and hit up Jeff himself. He is Jeff. I forgot how to say your last name at
McClelland,
gmail.com.
yeah.
Yeah.
If you send an email here, I will respond. Who is this? Very, very curtly. But then we'll move on.
And then, of course, guys, I know that you guys have a lot of different social media. So, Jenny, I know that you are definitely over on Facebook. So you can check her out over on Facebook. Jeff also has a Facebook. So stop trying to recopy Jenny's. We want Jeff's now, please. Thank you.
Jenny's my manager, so and she handles the day-to-day operations.
Well, being your manager, I'm going to remind everyone to check out your Kickstarter, and it's an amazing project. It's an amazing anthology series. It's a love letter to comics, so check it out. And if you can't back it, share it, spread the word about it.
Thanks so much, guys. I appreciate that.
All right, and of course, you're also on Instagram. You're also on Twitter, and you have a website, jennywood.com.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm getting them. There's you guys have a lot of socials. I'm getting them. I promise.
We get around.
And then, of course, Jeff.
I don't usually admit to that on a live stream, but.
And then Ted, you have what is it, Teddy and the Yeti blogspot.com. Yeah, words, they come so easily.
Yeah, teddyandtheyeti.com takes you to the same place. I used to have a more functional website, but then I just gave up.
And then, of course, Jeff is also on Twitter, and he is also on Instagram. So make sure that you check him out on all their socials. Again, if you have a story that you want to share with them, make sure that you go ahead and email them. And always keep on a lookout, because you guys have done this before, like in a Zoom call or something, where people could actually come in and actually participate like how I participated today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So make sure that you check them out. And if you want to be a writer, check these two out. They're absolutely amazing. They have really great tips, because the one thing that I could tell you about both of these guys is they create characters. They don't just look at, oh, well, this person is this, this race, this hair color, this eye color, this gender. They also look at the internal parts. Do they have anxiety? What are some of their struggles? They build a character that you can go on a complete journey with, and you can experience feelings that you didn't even know you may have had, and different types of understandings through some of these amazing characters that they create. So make sure you check them out. So,
thank you, Amanda.
My pleasure. Hey, Richard, you're back. And of course, guys, thank you guys so much for joining us, and we'll see you soon.
Have a good show, everyone. Thank you.
Bye.
I create a character.
Yeah, I heard.
All right.
Hey, thanks for let me slide out for a minute. I had to do a quick errand real quick.
Oh, that's why we co-host together.
I had a couple minutes to get my submission in. I thought I had to have it in by noon. I guess it was midnight tonight. So that's okay. That piece of art I showed earlier, I just submitted to a contest.
But no, I have to say, it was actually a lot of fun to participate in the writing thing. I'm experiencing all new things. I made me a superhero. I've made me a character. My mom's now an international crime lord. Sorry, Mom.
Yeah, I heard about that. So we got to cancel out Amanda then? Hashtag cancel
No,
Amanda.
no. Please, guys, don't do that to me. Please don't do that to me. Please, 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 please. I'm a good person. No. And I don't know. I mean, obviously, you and I have talked a lot about this, and it's actually going to be brought up in our next panel from Scoop Hash. Talking about the cancel culture and social media, and it's something that's very, I don't know, really close to my heart. Being a content creator, and just watching how you don't even get, if you have an opinion different from other people's, somebody finds out something that happened to you in the past, you know how quickly people are turning on people nowadays, and it's kind of sad in a time when I think people should be coming together and leaning on each other and trying to understand one another. You have this cancel culture that seems to be trying to tear people apart, and so, yeah, it was a little personal when I wrote that, but it's just because that's what I've been feeling lately. I really hate seeing this. I hate seeing our society trying to tear each other down and watching these people who just want to watch the world burn. It upsets me. And I am wearing makeup, so I am not crying. Y'all can forget that right now. But up next is these are my boys. Of course, depending on how their panel goes, I may unclaim them after this.
I got a chance to meet them at the at Champion City.
So I have been graced by being able to hang out with these guys and collaborate with them. Their names are Tom and Shane, and they work for Scoop Hash. Scoop Hash is a and with Scoop Hash, they kind of do a lot of the same stuff that we do. They just started a Twitch account a few months back, so they're mainly YouTubers with over 15,000 subscribers on YouTube. Or actually, I think they're now in the 30s. They've been slowly growing, and I'm very proud of them. But they do a lot of edited videos. They do a podcast, which I have had the honor of being able to be a part of, which I enjoy greatly. And so I'm very pleased that, when I was like, hey guys, I'm doing another show, and they're like, ooh, 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 they're like this, pit me, pit me, pit me, pit me, pit me. And so I'm really happy to have them on. I can't wait for them to get here. I have to pick, I'm gonna have to mess with Shane, so you guys are gonna have to give me just a few minutes, because if Shane doesn't stop yelling Snyder Cut all over the Discord, I'm going to destroy him. Like, he's going to be dead to me. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's just one of those things. But no, they're really cool. And again, guys, make sure that you check out Jenny and Jeff. They were absolutely amazing. I think I spent the first two panels not going off and doing the stuff that I needed to do because I'm too busy going, I want to make this character. I'm going to have like this full-fledged superhero that's an international superstar that has to deal with cancel culture. Go figure this one out. There's one of them. Hi, Shane.
Hello.
I'm so glad you're here. Why? Because I don't have to see Discord go off in every scenario, and I have to go, got it. I got it. I got it. Shane, we got it.
I was just feeling the excitement.
You went from Shane versus the world on YouTube to Shane's going to against Amanda on Discord. I will remove you. I will remove you. No.
You have the power to do that. I think that's our secret.
You don't know me. Don't forget, I have the Chihuahua.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, So we were doing a podcast one time. Shane went to go say his opinion. The moment he started talking, my chihuahua went off and started growling like, no, you don't get an opinion. Like,
Yeah,
absolutely not. But no, Shane, thank you so much for joining us today. Greatly
thank you so much
appreciate.
for having
Oh, of
Absolutely.
course. Where's the other half? Watch, he shows up right at 12:15.
Probably. Knowing Tom, he's practical.
But no. But no. So I hope you enjoyed your movie.
I haven't watched it yet. I haven't had a chance to. I've been so busy these past few days.
No.
It's coming. Don't worry. I haven't had 4 hours yet. It's a long movie.
I swear. All the stuff you put me through, and you're gonna do this. Seriously?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, what am I gonna do with you?
Hopefully have a really great panel. That's what
Speaking of, when are we gonna collaborate again? You know, there's that new killer coming out.
You're right. The K-pop one, right?
Okay, so I understand it's supposed to look like a K-pop character, but based off of the fact that his name's the Trickster and the way that they dressed him up, he looks like the Jared Leto rejected Joker's son to me.
He does actually. He looks a lot like the Suicide Squad.
I'm just like, what is this? Is this the rejected version? What?
Pretty much. The rejected version of the rejected version.
But no, because we want to do the new killer. B, I definitely need to get you back on where we can actually hear your audio so I could chase you with the baby.
We don't have to do that.
No, we have to chase you with the baby.
You don't chase me with anything.
Anything short and stubby we chase you with because we know your fear now. You messed up.
I know. I should not have made myself vulnerable like that.
Tom, are you awake?
Actually, yeah, I've been awake since 5 a.m., so I'm tired regardless.
Tom's like, oh, okay, I guess it's time to go do a show.
Yeah. I've already been up staring at the screen.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Greatly appreciate it. So it looks like you guys have a very interesting panel for everybody today.
Oh, yes.
So interesting.
So of course, guys, before we get started, again, just thank you both for being here. Guys, make sure that you check out Scoop Hash. They are everywhere. Everything's Scoop Hash except for Instagram. It had to be different and became Scoop Hash Social.
I don't actually know why that happened either.
Yeah, it wasn't our decision.
No, it wasn't. Which, to be fair, I probably could go and change that name, and I really probably should. So.
No, it's too late. It's there. It's what I know. You're not changing it. It's already there.
We've got a reputation now, Tom. Our brand is.
Yeah, you're right.
You ruined it. You decided that somebody decided that was it. You have to go with it. You can't abandon it. That's just
at least at the end of the day, it's not mine or Shane's fault. So really, that makes it all easier.
So I'm going to let you two have at it. If you need us, we will be in the background. If Shane has an opinion that you want me to make sure that he doesn't get to have, just let me know, and I'll come back with the Chihuahua.
Hell yeah, fair point.
All right,
that's awesome.
fine.
All right. Bye, guys. Have fun.
Oh, yes.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hi.
Yes, this is where we take over.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was my whole plan anyways, was just to get Amanda to admit that we're going to be in charge and then to leave.
Welcome to Scoop Hash Con.
Yeah, she had no idea. She's been played. But yeah, I thought it might be kind of interesting, though, because last time all we did was kind of talk about, I mean, I guess what we did and kind of how it was all sort of like we were trying to be like covering everything. And then nowadays we sort of went more into like, I don't really know if opinion based is the right word, but we definitely went pretty hard into more like, I guess, like controversially educational stuff.
Yeah.
And we kind of dropped off from doing, well, not completely dropped off, but we kind of did less gameplay stuff and less like entertainment focused stuff and more towards like, oh, hey, this is happening in the industry and it might be bad, so let's talk about it.
Yeah. More just kind of giving our thoughts on certain topics.
Yeah.
Little
and
essay-esque, if you
yeah. Well, and I kind of felt like we actually made a good choice just because, like, I don't know how to say this in a nice way, but like all the bigger YouTubers that I've followed or that I've watched content for, like whenever they tackle topics like, you know, like the Gina Carano thing, or like basically pick and choose like any number of controversial topics, and everyone tends to have like this very, I won't say one-sided, even though I really want to, but they tend to like they give you everything, but then by the end of it, they're like, oh, but by the way, here's the side that I fall on, and they're like, okay, bye. So they like kind of like sneak they sneak it in at the very end that they're like, oh, well, you know what? I presented it like I wasn't really being objective, but then I got you, I debated you, and it turns out I actually have a pretty big bias for it.
And I'm out.
So it's like, I'm at least glad that like it seems to be that we kind of do it the opposite way around, where like from the get-go, we're like, hey, there's probably going to be a little bit of bias in this. Now, here's what happens, and here's what you should know going forward, as opposed to trying to make it seem like we're, I don't know, like we're these perfectly objective human beings, and then at the end we're like, gotcha.
Yep. Turns out we are human.
Yeah.
As much
which
as
I think is a good, which I think is a good thing, because I think far too many people are, when it comes to topics like that, like they're willing to sacrifice like too much of themselves for the sake of making like a community or a large group of people happy, and then all they do is just constantly like, I don't know, they just become hypocrites, because then a week later they end up going back on it because now it's not the popular thing to do.
Yeah, as soon as it starts damaging their bottom line or reputation or whatever, they'll kind of ease back and do some PR work.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. I mean, especially if it's like a big topic where you're like, oh, this is good information to know, and then a week later they're like, oh, it turns out the information was wrong or something, and you're like, well, maybe it wasn't wrong. I mean, just stick to your guns. That's fine.
Yeah.
And I also, I guess the other reason that I thought that it might be an interesting thing to discuss is because, I mean, not going to use the cancel culture thing because it's overplayed now at this point, because now everybody wants to use it.
Yeah.
But it has become like its own form of like, almost like individually segregated toxicity, where like now that whole community is like their own subset of the community that's already outraged. And so now it's just like, you already have people screaming at each other, but now you have an even like more focus group all screaming at each other, and then they're screaming at the other people because they don't get it. And it's just become really weird. Like it feels like it was only over the course of like the last 6 months, and then everybody suddenly became like outrageously just angry at each other, but then everybody all divided into different groups, and then everyone was like, oh, you know, you either agree with me or you don't agree with me, and everyone just kind of forgot about the fact that like it's possible to just not have either side.
Yeah. Or see both sides as flawed.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Which we've definitely experienced. Like, I mean, we've had, what is it? Because we have the Tyler Glockner video that I did, like, I mean, damn, almost a year ago at this point. And then we have the one where you were talking about like the fact that a lot of people weren't considering like the ramifications of Carano's actions on her own. And man, like it was pretty easy to see like from the get-go that like everybody who went to the comments was just like, they already had their mind made up.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was like, don't get me wrong, like when it comes to like the Tyler Glockner video, I kind of understood why people were just immediately willing to jump into it, because it was like almost a 30-minute video. So I get that some people were like, you know what? I'm going to watch about 2 minutes of this and then form an opinion. And I was like, all right, you know, fair enough. But then there was people where I was like, the Carano video was like not even 10 minutes. And I was like, everybody was already just, they were ready to be angry at it.
Yeah, no, exactly. It was like, I mean, when I made that video, I knew going into it, I was like, okay, this is gonna be a spicy one.
Yeah.
Where like people are just gonna read the title and they're already gonna know like how they're gonna respond to it.
Yeah.
And that was very evident in the comments.
Yeah,
and like you said, like one of them, I was trying to, you know, I responded to some of them just to kind of foster like some positive discussion about it, with, you know, differing views. But by the end of that little conversation I had with someone, I even said to them, I was like, you know, it's clear to me, you're not going to change your mind. I'm not going to change mine. And that's just the way it is. And that's okay.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's fine for you to disagree with people.
Yeah. But some people just they want to argue and they want to tell you why you're wrong, regardless of the topic, really.
Yeah. That's the thing though too, is like I don't think we've ever once stated in any of our videos that we don't want people to debate it. Like we've always been pretty upfront about that. They were like, hey, we want to start a conversation. I'm like, at the end of the day, we started a conversation. But then it's like 90% of the people don't want it to be a conversation. They just want it to be like, hey, here's my angry comment, and that's the end of all of it. Yeah. And they're like, nah, that's not what we said. So we're gonna talk about it.
And they also don't want the discussion to be healthy. They want it to be just screaming at each other and insulting.
Exactly.
Which makes the whole thing worse. It just makes the entire discourse so unbearable.
It does. And like, I mean, we're focusing a lot on our channel, and obviously because that's what we do. But at the same time, like, everybody does this now. Like, like to the point where if we weren't doing like this YouTube stuff, I probably would have nothing to do with social media, because whether it's Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, whatever you want to pick and choose, like, you just follow like one hashtag that's trending and just watch just the slew of toxicity that spews out of everybody because nobody wants to talk to each other.
Yeah, it's rough, honestly, to like research some of these topics. When you just like you're saying, and it's like, my God, what are people? Why are you being this way to each other? You know, you feel so powerful behind a screen and keyboard, apparently.
You do, because you have no consequences. Well, I mean, now you arguably have some consequences, but
we have ways, for the better or for worse, but still, people seem to be a lot braver. If that's the right word.
There was even because I was debating whether or not I wanted to touch this topic, and then I decided it was a bad idea, because I'm a massive Bill Burr fan, like to the point where like I have like such a bias towards him, because he's like one of my favorite people of all time in Hollywood.
Yeah, me too.
And so like when everybody started dogpiling him from the Grammys, I was like, I kind of want to say something about it, but I was like, at the same time, I know that Bill Burr just doesn't care. And I know that at the end of the day, he's like, you know what, if I get canceled over, if I lose sponsors or whatever, like I made my mark and I'm fine to disappear. And I was like, well, there's no point in touching it then. I was like, it's just going to end up making like certain people angry, and then other people are going to be like, we need to, we need to do a better job of holding people accountable. And I'm like, I guess you're right. But then there's some people where I'm like, it's also a stand-up comic. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of his job is to not really make you happy, but also kind of like make you uncomfortable.
Yeah. That there are certain things that are just like, the conversation's already been had,
exactly. Yeah.
And a lot of the stuff we try to do is talk about things that we feel haven't been touched on.
Mm-hmm.
So like the Rooster Teeth in October, that whole thing, no one really talked about it, at least from the perspective of what we had talked about it. And then also with the Carano incident, the Glockner stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Bill Burr, it's like, it's all over the place. So there's really no reason to add fuel to the fire.
Yeah, exactly. Which is actually like something that I answered somebody on, because like we have like its own email attached to the account or whatever. And somebody sent an email asking if we were going to cover like people trying to cancel Eminem and Bill Burr, and I was like, probably not. I was like, they've both been people that have been quote unquote threatened to be canceled off and on for like the last like 20 years.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was like, on one hand, I get why people are doing it, but at the same time, like they don't have much of a basis for it. So I was like, why touch it? I was like, why put ourselves in the middle of yet more like hate and just toxicity for the sake of like just getting a few views. I was like, I don't want to be those people because I like having a healthy mental image.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I kind of enjoy being emotionally sound, so I'm fine.
Yeah, it's kind of weird the toll it can take covering these kinds of topics sometimes. 'Cause
It is, yeah.
you go into that toxic atmosphere, and then you put your content out there, and it's just like a waiting game. You know, when I
Yeah.
uploaded that Toronto video, I was just like 2 days straight. Every time I like logged on to YouTube, I was like, oh God, like what is it going to be this time?
Yeah.
You know, who's going to tell me to shut up or whatever, something
Yeah.
far worse than that.
Yeah. I mean, that's how it is going back to the Glockner video. Actually, I guess both of them, because I did a shortened version of it too. And I
Yeah.
really should do an update on it because there's some new info about him. But like every time I went in there, like the top 3 comments were like just some horrendous shit. And I always had to go in and like answer them where I was like, well, A, here's where you're wrong because I'm slightly experienced in what I was talking about. And I was like, B, all right, fair enough. But like maybe just bring it down a little bit. I was like, it's okay. I was like, nobody hurt you personally. Like, it's just calm down.
That Glockner video is insane because it's still going.
It is
for so long, and every day,
Yeah.
like at over 10 comments on it, just talking about it.
Yeah, and
Also,
8 out of 10 of them are just telling me how much of an idiot I am, and I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
it's fine.
Whenever it says like the little icon, like 9+, I'm like, okay, like 4 of those are gonna, like 8 of them will be from the Glockner video,
Yeah,
which will be someone mentioning their own side of it, and then the rest will be them telling Tom he sucks.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, they were like, oh, you know, a decent video. Here's why I hate the guy who narrated it. I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, all right.
Good video, well made, good information. The guy who made it though is the worst.
Yeah, everything else works though, so I don't know why you're picking it apart.
Yeah.
But it does also segue really nicely into like something that I feel like we're probably going to be talking about on the channel sooner or later, which is like, so I mean, we already mentioned how people love to take sides. They love to do this, they love to do that. But something that I've found like really, really fascinating over like the span of covering these topics is how people will like personally attach themselves to somebody and they'll act like the controversy is happening to them on a personal scale.
Yeah.
Like we saw that a lot with I mean, I guess really kind of everything that's happened over the last few months, but I mean, it obviously the one that springs first to mind is Carano and Bill Burr and stuff like that. And like people, I don't want to say they're delusional because I'm sure they're not, but like people seem to go like out of their way to like present themselves as being those people.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, but I'm like personally like horrified by it. And I'm like, are you?
Yeah. Yeah. Does this really like affect you? And like I think it just stems from the way our culture in general is so celebrity and, you know, influencer based. And when we find these people whose content and work we like and we relate to, we then start to feel like we are connected with themselves, like with them as well. And we saw, I think the one that is the biggest example to me was with Rooster Teeth. Because you and I even kind of went through that because we're such big fans of that company and we liked both of those people. And it was tough to like hear this news come out and it was really hard to deal with. But we also, I think you and I did a good job of differentiating the fact that we're just fans of what they did. We're not necessarily fans of the people themselves and we don't know them. And I think that's kind of where the lines get blurred is people get very attached and protective over the content and the people that make that content.
Yeah.
So that when they find out those people, you know, aren't the best human beings, they kind of have this existential crisis almost.
Yeah. Which I feel like until very recently I kind of understood where they were coming from.
Yeah.
Maybe just because of like experiencing the Rooster Teeth fallout. But then, like, when I sat there and I really thought about it, and I was like, I actually don't really know if I can relate to it, because I was like, at the end of the day, I was like, yeah, I mean, like you said, like that was a shitty thing to go through as a fan. But then you sit there and you think back on, like, how many movies you'll still, like, go watch every now and then you'll get to the credits and you're like, directed by Woody Allen, and you're like, damn it,
Oh, no.
I completely forgot. And that's like I think that's like my biggest hang up with all of this is that like I get it, people will get personally attached. We're human, that's what we tend to do. But everybody should recognize that at the end of the day, like, you don't have to now magically dislike their content, and you don't have to believe that like everybody who has an antithesis point of view is telling you not to like their content.
Yeah.
It's just people clarifying that like, hey, you know what? Maybe your role model wasn't the best person to role model after. And there's not really anything wrong with that. I mean, but we've also been pretty clear that we don't think celebrities should be people's role models in the first place.
Exactly.
It's not something you should be doing.
Yeah.
You can absolutely appreciate their actions. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But
yeah, when they do something right, like anyone who does something positive for the world at large should be commended for it. And then everyone, you know, on the other side, if they do something bad, like they need to be held accountable for it. And they're like, it really does play into the whole like separating artist from the art thing, which can be difficult to do, especially when the artist puts so much of themselves into their art.
Yeah.
You know? So like, I still watch movies like Chinatown or Rosemary's Baby.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Roman Polanski is possibly like one of the worst human beings I've ever heard of, like an absolute monster. But my God, if some of the movies he's made aren't just like spectacular.
Oh yeah,
and,
absolutely.
You know, at first, I think when I first kind of realized what he had done, it took a little bit. You know, you kind of felt kind of gross watching it.
Yeah.
And really what I had to do is I had to adapt to, you know, indulge in his content in a way that wouldn't benefit him. So like find ways where like, if I watch this movie, he's not going to profit off of it in any way.
Mm-hmm.
Quick question to add to that, because it just popped in my head. But not experiencing the movie, like Rosemary's Baby. You may not like the director, but you're also now punishing the people who were participating in the movie.
Right.
If you don't watch it.
Right.
You can't blame all those people who were in the movie because of one person. You know, just like you couldn't blame all of Rooster Teeth for one person or so on and so forth. You know.
Yeah.
There has to be a balance some way.
Yeah.
Well, you also bring up something. I'm glad you brought that up, because it was going to be one of the things that I was going to mention is like, it's kind of, I'm not going to go into specifics because I don't have the article right in front of me, so I don't want to present it as like factual when there's probably a lot of misinformation about it. But there was something I was reading where like close to like 90% of Zack Snyder's film crew said that they weren't ever going to come back to work with projects despite the fact of how much they loved him, because of how like shittily they were treated both during like all the Whedon stuff and then retroactively after all the information started coming out. And it was like the cinematographer who worked on it, like the editor who worked on it. There was a bunch of people who were like, nah, because people basically came after me like on my own personal grounds. And they were like, and now I just kind of don't want to do it. Like, I just don't want to put myself back out there. I'm like, that sucks. I was like, it wasn't your fault, but you are now that burnt on the industry that you're like, I'm done. You know, like I don't want to deal with people anymore. And I'm like, that's terrible.
Well, and it's also, we've talked about this in a podcast before. It's like, it's not just movies. It was Cyberpunk that just came out, where, you know, the bulk of the developers had no say in when the game was released. It was all, you know, the people at the top who felt like pressured by the community to get this game out, and they made the mistake of releasing it in a very buggy, you know, state. And now the developers, these people who are just there, you know, trying to provide for their families, just doing what they love, you know, working for CDPR is probably a dream of a lot of video game designers. And this game they've been working on for 8+ years, and now they're getting death threats because of something that someone at the top told them they had to do, and their hands were tied behind their back. And now it's just like, where do you go from there? That must be devastating. Yeah.
Well, and we see that far too often with the video game industry. Like, I mean, we've talked about it to no end on Amanda's show. We talked about it to no end on our show. But like, the whole like the fact that BioWare at this point is basically an entirely new company because everybody left over just the shit show they got over Anthem. And I'm like, look, don't get me wrong. You are absolutely free to criticize any aspect of a video game that you want.
Yeah.
But like you said, going after the developers on a personal basis where you're like, oh, you suck for letting this happen. And they're sitting there like, we didn't even know we were making this game until we saw a trailer for it. Like, what do you want from us? And then nobody stops and everybody just dogpiles onto them. And they're like, fine, screw it. I'm going to go work for somebody else or I'm not going to work at all. And I'm like, that's pretty garbage.
Yeah. I mean, it's frustrating too, because it relates a lot to this idea of, what people call cancel culture and all that, or it's just like we as a community and a fan base find ourselves so wrapped up in sitting behind our computers, calling people out who are above us and criticizing. And we feel like we are owed all this content in the way that we want it. This game needs to be made how we want it to be made. This movie has to be how we need it to be. And we just sit there and we continually harass these creators to give us what we want. And while, that isn't to say that these companies like CDPR didn't make mistakes. They did. They did some false advertising things that they need to be held accountable for a lot of their mistakes. But we also need to realize how we as the fans are influencing that by when they announce a delay, which was to make the game better and get it to the state that we keep saying we need it and want it in. We lose our minds and we start like threatening them all over again. So it's like, in a lot of ways, I feel like these creators and these developers, they're not gonna win, no matter what. They're at a loss, right? Yeah. And it's hard. I feel for that, even though I've never, been in that level of creation before. Like, I just feel like that's so frustrating to feel like the fans who you're making this for are not going to help you at all, and they're going to be your worst enemy throughout this entire process.
Yeah, I think it's really sad. I mean, if you're a real fan, especially with everything that we've gone through in the last year, if someone says we need longer time to fix this, let them fix it.
Yeah.
Because you're the same people that are going, I'm tired, because I'm one of these people. You want to take the time to fix it, please fix the game. Because I'm personally sick and tired of spending $60 to $80 on a game and I can't play it.
Yeah, exactly. It is.
I'm not paying $60, $80 to be a beta tester for you.
Yeah, that's so annoying. And people are just so quick to be like, well, that's the company's fault. And it's some of it is, but not all of it. We're just as responsible for so much of what the industry has become. People complain about it, about how it's all games as a service and blah, blah, blah. We did that. We're a part of it. And we need to acknowledge that fact and not just keep pointing the finger at these companies.
Now, if y'all would like to point a finger at Scoop Hash, you'd be like, hey, when are you going to get with AGP and do an Among Us video? That's fine.
I've told you I'm all for it. I just need it to get set up, and just be aware that, like, to anybody who watches that video, there's going to be so much fucking yelling.
Yeah, I mean, any video that we all do, there's going to be yelling.
There's going to be more yelling in Among Us. Me and Josh get real heated.
There's a reason why Scoop Hash and AGP are not made for children.
That's true. Yeah.
That Gary's mod video, I think, is a prime example of why.
Yeah.
That was so messed up. I'm just like, what do we do with this? How do I even... half of the video was us trying to figure out how to get into the game. And then we get to play, like, a game, and it's like, everybody's like, yo, I gotta go. I'm like, how do I edit this? Tom, edit this. Do it.
The actual gameplay is Tom getting so frustrated with me while I'm a bucket.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. Yeah.
And the stupid taunt that just won't shut up even after you're dead. I'm like, well, I live here now. Great.
It happens to most of us.
But no, I do want to say this. One of the things, and you guys touched on this, is other than when Shane does his opinion video, For the most part, yes, you guys do allow people, hey guys, this is how we feel. How do you feel? What's your opinion on it? You ask people in your videos what their opinions are. How do you feel about this? Things like that. And yeah, a lot of us, there are people who do take sides. There's a real good example is I took a side. My side doesn't stand for the fact that I worshipped the celebrity. It's I don't like seeing if they did this to this one celebrity, how it may trickle down to other celebrities. You've seen it now trickle down to content creators, and being the fact that we're in that industry, even though I would never want to say that I'm an influencer because I don't want to influence anybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm definitely not a role model, so don't put me, don't ever, no matter what status I ever end up at, don't ever put me on a pedestal and go, you're my role model, because I'm going to go, you're going to need a new role model.
Yeah.
But I think that's why I was very passionate about it, and that is because we're already seeing it trickle down to what did they say? You're guilty by association just for being friends with a certain person who may be friends with somebody that somebody else doesn't like. And just because I'm friends with that person and you don't like them doesn't mean that we can't be friends. And that doesn't mean that you can't like my content. You may not like the content that I have with Shane in it, which I totally understand.
Me too.
But, but Shane, you know I love you. You know I have nothing but mad respect for you.
I know.
But it's kind of sad that we're seeing this, and a lot. And I will have to say this from the research that I've done, and you guys can say yes or no. You're noticing a lot of the people that have something to do with it, they look like little bot accounts.
There's definitely a lot of them. Yeah.
There's a lot of bot accounts going on. And that's not to say that we haven't had these heated conversations before in the past.
Yeah.
I'm old. We've had these conversations before there was internet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The difference is now everyone has a voice, and I feel that it's a lot more dangerous because you have these bots, and then you have people who are just hiding behind these fake accounts.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we see this a lot. People hiding behind these fake accounts. They don't have all the information. They're jumping on whatever bandwagon there is to jump on and not doing any research, whether it's their own or talking to other people and talking to different resources. And my opinion stands from what I saw, from what I paid attention to, and resources that I got to reach out and talk to.
Yeah.
People that I knew that happened to work for certain companies that were associated with these, finding out that these companies actually do this on a regular basis, which is why they left these companies.
Yep.
And I also think it's sad that in the society we have companies taking sides on political stances and things like that. You're a company. You need to be neutral. The only time you're supposed to get into the middle of anything as a company, if someone literally does something that is very damaging to your brand, that's when you need to put a foot in,
or at least be consistent in what you take a stand on.
Right.
So many companies who will speak out on one topic, but then this other topic they'll be quiet on.
Right. You can't sit here and go, Tom, okay, so we see that you're this, and this. You can't talk about that. But Shane, you're allowed to do whatever you want because you're the complete opposite. No. If your rules are you can't talk about this, this stands for whatever spectrum anybody's on.
Right.
See, I picked on Tom for once, Shane. Aren't you proud of me?
So proud.
That's okay. I'm used to people picking on me. But I feel like it can kind of all be summed up in like one sentence, which is like, it's good to be passionate about something. I would argue it's bad to be a zealot for something. Like zealotry has never gotten humanity anywhere other than backwards.
Okay, so, I'll get rid of your phone number.
So it's like I don't get why people are like, I understand why people can be passionate about it, because like, perfect example, like Shane, Amanda, me, we're all very passionate about different things, and sometimes we're passionate about the exact same thing. But then we all individually get upset when we come across somebody who takes it to such an extreme where we're like, I think you need to calm down. I think you need to pull your own reins a little bit and maybe get some perspective because you're
Here, do you
definitely
need a drink?
overreacting.
You want a
Yeah.
drink?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like there's so many things like this doesn't. When I see people get so upset about a movie or a game or something, I'm like, this doesn't affect your larger life.
It doesn't.
You know,
Unless it's Star Wars.
Unless it's Star Wars. Yes. But like, I remember when Harry Potter and the Cursed Child came out, and everyone was so angry for so long about it. And I'm a huge Harry Potter fan, but I was like, it's okay. Like, we can just move past it and enjoy the original books. Don't have to like anything else that comes out about it. Like, I don't know.
You know, Shane, but I think that's a really great example. Like, a lot of people didn't know. They were very upset with The Cursed Child. That's mediocre. You know, that's like, you know, oh my God, the new the sequels.
Yeah.
I'm allowed to dislike them. I'm really allowed to voice my opinion on but that doesn't mean that I have to hate on the entire franchise. And that, like, you and I have different opinions on Star Wars. Mine are right, you're wrong, but we have different opinions and we still get along.
Yeah, absolutely. And that doesn't,
that's fine.
Doesn't change the quality of the original trilogy at all.
Right. But I do, but we were talking about, you know, separating stuff and things like that. When J.K. Rowling said what she said, that is kind of traumatic for people, and I can understand their heartbreak from it because they looked up to this woman. They fell in love with these books. They devoted their lives waiting in line for these books, things like that. And even though, but luckily, you know, they also have to realize that the actors was like, please, you know, we don't stand with this.
Right.
We understand you're upset. You know, don't take it out. You can still appreciate the books for what they were.
Yeah, that one's hard because like so many of these fans fell in love with it as a kid. So you're growing up with this person as like the provider of this incredible, you know, story that you fell in love with. So I relate to that because I was one of those kids. And that's also just like, I think a good example of just like how complex people are, because where does like the good that someone does, how much is that outweighed by the bad? Because I absolutely think what J.K. Rowling has said is awful and I don't agree with it. But at the same time, like, I do feel a weird sense of like gratitude for her for providing Harry Potter to me. And that story has without a doubt impacted and helped so many people for so long. So it's like, what is her impact on the world? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it gray?
It's gray.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's face it. No one should put anyone that high on a pedestal.
Yeah.
Somewhere along the line, I don't care how amazing they are, they're going to falter at some point.
Yeah.
No one's perfect.
Uh-huh.
Now, what J.K. Rowling said is very hurtful, and in my opinion is wrong. But you're not going to be able to change her thoughts or her opinions on it.
No.
So take it with a grain of salt. Just forget she exists.
Yeah.
Live in your Harry Potter world and enjoy the characters and cherish the actors that you enjoyed in the movies.
Right.
And don't lose anything that was beneficial that you learned in those books because of what she said. She may be the creator, but the one thing as a fan that we've all done is we've taken something, Star Wars, and kind of altered it a little for our own fantasies and our own fan writings. So take what she did and then turn it into your own world. You'll be fine.
And I think that's a really interesting point.
Don't make a character a rock.
Yeah.
How dare you? I'm perfect. I've never done that.
Get out
but that's a good point because it's so much of what we feel for these things we assign ourselves. So like a good example I think is The Last of Us 2's ending, because Tom and I have very different opinions on it. When you know it's its own thing. Like you know, it's just this is what the ending is. But both he and I have assigned so many different emotions and thoughts and perspectives to it that it changes it. And we have to remember that, you know, that we also are doing that. So like a good example again is like the original Star Wars trilogy. You know, as it is, like there are flaws, there are faults, blah blah blah, but we have all taken it and done our own different things with it.
Oh yeah.
Lord of the
if you ever claim that you grew up watching any amount of Star Wars and never once at your point pretended to be a Jedi or something, you're a liar.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
What do you
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah, I've done that unironically as an adult when my brother bought my collectible like lightsabers. I was like, we're gonna go in the backyard.
Show of hands. Everybody who does it still does it as an adult. Open when you go by a door.
Yep.
Oh yeah, yep.
Right here. Doesn't matter. Don't care. We all do it. And that's the nice thing. And, you know, Star Wars is a really good example of things that have gone right, gone wrong. You know, you can't blame everybody for everything.
Mhm.
What you can do is find the things that you do like a Star Wars.
Mhm.
And cherish that. Even though personally I would say, hey Disney, thank you for making me actually appreciate the prequels.
I mean, that's how I am with Lord of the Rings, because like Lord of the Rings is like to me like what Harry Potter is for Shane and what Star Wars is for Amanda. Like Harry Potter is through and through like my shit. Like it is something I could talk about endlessly, and I know way too much about it. I also recognize that I'm like J.R.R. Tolkien was living from the early 1900s to about the 60s to 80s. I was like, I'm sure that if I went back in time, I could find lots of reasons to not feel comfortable with some of the things that he wrote. And I was like, but you know what? I was like, Lord of the Rings has done so much for me that I was like, I don't need to know. I'm like, I'm sure there's probably a reason that I might need to criticize him on some things, but I was like, if it hasn't affected me so far in life and all it's had is a positive impact, I was like, why go out of my way to tarnish it? I was like, he's not alive to like go to social media for me, so I'm like, that's fine.
Yeah.
Right. And like I said, everybody is allowed to have their opinions. Everyone is, you know, allowed to still like stuff that they like.
Mhm.
And it's just one of those things. But the most dangerous thing you could do in this point in today's day and age is putting someone on a pedestal, because like I said, they're gonna fall.
Yep.
Not everybody's perfect. And it's kind of like if you go back far enough in some of us older people's stuff, you're going to find stuff that you may not like because we come from a different time. We grew up with different stuff. For us, you know, the norm was Richard Pryor, George Carlin, History of the World Part 1, Blazing Saddles. That stuff was funny. That stuff would never happen today.
Yeah. Mel Brooks can't make a movie today.
No, Mel Brooks can't make a movie today.
Which is weird because Mel Brooks isn't even like, he's not a bad person. Like he's a really good guy.
Stuff is funny, but it's just one of those weird things where, you know, you're talking about the Bill Burr thing. I'm sorry, I laughed. Y'all can hate me. I laughed.
Absolutely.
And bravo to his wife, who just went back on social media and went, no, stop.
Yeah.
Like, it was so funny because I was like, I kind of wanted to say something. No one needed to say anything. His wife took care of everything.
Yeah.
And the thing that made me really realize everything was, oh, if what he did is no different than back in the day of growing up and watching Richard Pryor or George Carlin. It's just people are. I don't know what's happened to our society. There are things that have changed that are good. Bringing to light that there are still, you know, there is a lot of racism still left. Bringing into light that, you know, maybe it is time to indulge in more diversity, but at the right time, right levels, the right way.
Yeah.
Not just because it's a cash grab, but because it's what your characters need to be. And you feel that you want to do this.
Yes.
But at the same point in time, I kind of miss the simplicity of not everybody getting hurt just because of a joke, which to me, comedy is subjective. Not everybody's going to get the same type of comedy. Tom and I really like some dark comedy. You know, we really do. that doesn't mean that it's bad comedy. You may not like it, but we like it. Some people may like lighter, for a good example, how many people absolutely love Ace Ventura? That's comedy. For some people, they think
Yeah.
that is one of the greatest movies of all time. I hated that movie. That and Dumb and Dumber. I don't get that humor. I don't get it. It's not my type of comedy.
Yeah.
So comedy is subjective.
Right.
And just because you didn't find it funny doesn't mean somebody else doesn't find it funny. And it's also one of these things where, guys, just lighten up a little bit. Not everything has to be, they said something, let's attack them.
Yeah. Well, and we also need to understand that there's so much absurdity in everything that we do. And that's like kind of why I love Bill Burr so much, because he's great at pointing out just how absurd so much of what we do, like how just out of this world it is. And he's never like condemning people, there's still validity in all sides. It's just like, we just do so many ridiculous things. And he just has his whole shtick is like, well, like, take a step back and look at this in the broader picture. Like, this is just kind of hilarious.
Yeah.
What's going on? And you just kind of have to step back and laugh at it.
Yep.
So that it doesn't consume you.
I mean, I do kind of feel like there's a time to be socially aware of like the jokes that you're making, which I would argue most people know. I also feel like if you're choosing to be offended by like a specific joke that somebody like Bill Burr said, or just pick any number of like celebrities, I feel like odds are you were already looking for an excuse to be angry about something, and you just so happen to latch onto something, which doesn't do anybody any favors, and all it does is make people dislike you. So just don't do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. For me, I think the funniest part of that entire situation is when he says, makes the joke, why is, this man, blah, 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 because I'm not going to say the whole thing. As well as I know that if he didn't make that joke, someone else would have actually said it trying to do something else. I think they're just looking for stuff nowadays. And I'm sorry, the fact that a lot of people got upset that he messed up somebody's name. I've done that already twice today on this show.
Yeah.
It happens.
I do it all the time.
I was like,
he was very sincere.
Yeah.
He apologized. He's okay.
I was gonna say, I was like, man, if it ever comes to light, like the job that I work outside of Scoop Hash, like I work as like a media and video editor for like a native Nigerian lady, and I'm like 90% of like the names she throws at me, I'm like, I could never have pronounced this. And I'm like, I'll own up to that. I was like, if somebody ever comes up to me like 10 years later and they're like, oh, what about this thing that happened to you when you worked as like a script writer and a video editor for that one lady? I'm gonna be like, well, I'm not from that part of the world, so yeah, I mean, believe it or not, I'm not good at pronouncing names. So I was like, that's just a human trait. Else, like sometimes when it's not in your like circle of familiarity, you're not going to be very good at it, and that's perfectly okay.
Obviously, somebody needs to go watch the AA Ron video. Realize not everybody pronounces names the same.
Yeah. Oh man. The world could be solved by just making everybody watch various Key and Peele sketches.
Absolutely.
It really would be helpful. But I really want to thank both of you guys. I'm going to bring Richard back in because he looks bored. Hi, Richard.
Hi.
And I really want to thank you guys for coming in and talking about this, because this is a very sensitive topic that a lot of us content creators, whether it's you're working in comics, whether you're working in Twitch, YouTube, any of the industries that a lot of us work in nowadays, is that we have to watch. And even if you're not a major celebrity and you're just an independent content creator, or you're someone who's starting out, these are things that you need to be aware of.
Right.
Because I could associate with somebody, and then Scoop Hash could associate with me, and then I got targeted, then they're going to get targeted. So, and it makes people very wary of, well, can I do this collaboration? Yeah. Lucky for me, I get to collaborate with these two guys, and these two guys know who I am. They know that I would never do anything to personally jeopardize Scoop Hash, and they've got my back. no matter what I do, unless like I'm running around going, look, I got new puppy skins like Cruella DeVille or something. I should be good.
Side note though, why are we trying to sympathize Cruella DeVille in a movie? Like,
why
wasn't her whole thing that she was like an animal abuser? Like, why are we making this okay?
Oh, that trailer. Hi, welcome to the Devil Meets Prada meets Harley Quinn. What is this?
Yeah, it's weird. I feel like I'm not gonna be able to watch that movie without making like way too many jokes. I'm just gonna be like, I don't think I should be okay with. But at the same time, I don't think I can criticize because I loved Joker, and it made me sympathize with a psychopath. So
yeah, but come on.
Understand.
Come on, Disney.
The hero of it, though, you know.
Disney, come on. Stop making me try to sympathize with my villains, and stop making all of my female heroes perfect from the day they were conceived. Okay, can you just stop? And I want to.
Don't worry, their next one's gonna be like a Jafar prequel, where like all he does is just treat women right the whole time, and he just treats everyone with total respect. That's gonna be the next one.
I want that Iago spinoff.
Yeah,
The live action Gilbert Gottfried. Iago.
What do you mean? We have the Rio movies.
He doesn't get to do that. You know, Gilbert Gottfried doesn't know. He was canceled a long time ago. Poor guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But Shane, you can always just go back and rewatch the 2 Rio movies and pretend it's an Iago movie.
Close my eyes and just picture Gilbert Gottfried on a body flying around.
Yeah. I mean, have you ever seen the video of Gilbert Gottfried reading like the first chapter of 50 Shades of Grey?
Oh, that's. I think that's when media peaked.
Yeah. Pretty fantastic.
But no, seriously, guys, thank you guys so much for wanting to participate again. I really enjoy having you guys here.
I love it.
Yep.
But I love having you guys here, and Rich is excited too.
Yeah.
I mean, geez, this is like the one time outside of text that I actually get to like vocally talk to Shane. So it's like once a year we talk to each other on voice. That's about it.
In Discord.
Yeah.
Well, if you two, I don't know where you two have been, and you know, it's not like you don't get an invite to do this once a week anyway.
I mean, to be fair, schedules overlap a lot.
2 people were too busy trying to contain themselves over a Zack Snyder film, which one hasn't even seen yet.
Yeah,
I've seen it twice.
Oh my! I'm so jealous.
I watched it like the first night it came out, and then I rewatched it last night with my little siblings. I was like, "We're gonna do it again." So,
and here's the thing: is I do want to see it. I just don't own HBO Max, so I don't know how I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah,
but I do want to see it.
I'll hit you up. I'll give you my credentials just so you can see Justice League. I
was gonna post it in the chat.
Say that.
Like, he doesn't care. Everyone needs to watch it. So here's my.
Yeah.
But to me, it's just funny because then you have Shane who's like, "Oh my gosh, it's 24 hours on everything on the Discord," and I'm just like. We have talked about my OCD that I have to click on everything because I can't have new messages on Discord. And of course, he has it all, and I'm just like,
yeah. If that makes you feel any better,
and then I find out today he hasn't even watched it.
If it makes you feel any better, like every single time Shane did that was in the middle of me working, and the last time that he did it, like where he said like less than 24 hours, I actively opened my phone and went. Because I was like, I have to click through all of these. Yes! And I was like, normally I wouldn't care, but I was like, technically I moderate this Discord, so I probably should clean it up a little bit. So
I'm just like,
no. Leave those. I played the long joke. I knew it when I was doing that. I was like, I'm not gonna be able to watch it for the first few days. So I know I'm gonna play it up as if I'm going to be there the minute it launches, so that when people talk to me about it, I'm like, oh, I haven't even seen it.
Yeah. Yep.
But guys, thank you guys so much. Of course, everybody, make sure that you check them out. They're everywhere. They're on Twitch. They're on YouTube. They're on Facebook. They're on Instagram. And they're on Twitter. Everything is Scoop Hash except for Instagram. They messed that up and called it Scoop Hash Social.
Yep.
And make sure that you check out their podcast. They have amazing conversations like this. They do little clippets on some of the breaking news over some of their gameplay, and check out a lot of their Let's Plays. They do live streaming over on Twitch, and of course then they have pre-recorded videos that they've edited, because these guys are actually really good at editing, unlike me.
Oh,
and and so it's definitely a great place, and it's a safe community where everybody's allowed to have an opinion. But I can guarantee you, Tom ain't gonna listen to it.
Oh no, I'll listen to it, but if it's stupid, I might make fun of you a little bit.
But guys, thank you so much for joining us. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I will see you guys on Discord and on future podcasts and stuff. And
Yeah,
let's get
awesome.
this Among Us together.
Definitely.
Get it.
We will.
Get
Yeah,
it.
let's do it.
Yay.
For sure.
All right, guys.
Thank you
Have
so
a great
much.
day. Bye.
Bye.
Ah, those are
That was
my boys.
interesting. That was
Huh?
interesting. That was interesting.
Oh yeah, it when he pitched it, I was like, you know what? I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I don't care. I'll allow it. It's totally worth it. It's something that's happening in today's society. This is type of the stuff that they covered, and I said I'll allow it. So it didn't bother me at all. But yeah, guys, make sure that you check them out. They're absolutely amazing. Coming up next, we got a huge panel for you starting here in the next 9 minutes. It's a cosplay panel. These guys are amazing. These are the ORCs, the Ohio Valley cosplayers. These guys are amazing. Getting them all together, getting the mic checks and stuff done was a lot of fun. But I think you guys are really gonna like these people. I get to see them backstage, and one person is totally decked out. Yes, Holly, I'm talking about you. I see you. Yes, I do. Oh my gosh. You see it, don't you, Richard?
Yeah.
That
I
is
know what you're saying.
bank. That is total bank right there. But yeah, we got a lot of people. Oh, Steve's still rocking the beard. The joys of getting to see everybody backstage, and I could go, I yes, Sailor Sister cosplay, we see you. But we have Jen, we have Cosplay Cat, Steve Hannon will be coming in. He's going to be introducing everybody after I get to introduce him. And there's such a great, safe place for you to do cosplay. No body shaming. They're really good at just having people enjoy what they love to do. You'll be painting painting live.
Cool.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord.
Yeah, I videotaped some of those ones. Yeah.
Okay, that was a little up close and personal watching Steve put his thing in. He's all like, all right, there we go. I can see your soul, Steve. But no, so we're really excited to have these guys. They are our only cosplay panel for these 2 days, so we're very honored to have them on here. Richard, you know a little bit about cosplayer Stacy, your co-host.
Yeah, I've been around the cosplay. Actually, way back in the day, I used to do a Men in Black over at a couple conventions and stuff. So it was, but the only bad thing back then, the movie hadn't even come out yet. So I always got confused as being hotel security.
You know what? I could see that. I could see you being hotel security.
But I'm running around with a video camera in my hand, one of those old clunky big ones you used to over on your shoulder, So it was like, what?
Look, you're a hotel security getting footage so you can post it up on your website. Don't you understand these things? Come on now.
Yeah,
Come
but
on
that
now.
wasn't the thing back in the 90s.
You were ahead of your time. New wave.
Yeah, definitely.
And then, of course, if you ever get to watch any of the UVN stuff, his co-host Mike Boroff, man, he sees a girl in cosplay, you've lost him. He's gone.
He's not that bad. But yeah, like I said, I did that, and then I did some other stuff, but back in the day. But I kind of got out because I'm behind the camera, so you don't get to see me too much in front of it anymore.
Which is why this is perfect for you to co-host. Now you're in front of the camera. Yay! But before we get started, I'm going to bring the man who gets to introduce everybody on so he could talk a little bit with us. Steve, hi.
Oh,
okay,
hey,
that's
everyone.
creepy. Bye. No. So, Steve, thank you so much for putting this panel together and getting some amazing guests that we get to interact with today. I greatly appreciate it.
No, well, thank you guys for reaching out. You, Amanda, and the Gem City Comic Con organization. Orcs loves being part of these panels and talking to everybody and spreading the love. And we're glad to be here.
Well, we're very honored to have you guys. I can't wait for this to get started. It's going to be amazing. You guys keep distracting me though, because it's like your thing's going, brrr, and I'm like, huh, what's going on?
We're a talkative group.
That you are. I made the joke. I was talking to one of them, and I was like, yeah, the other night you guys went off the handle, and I was like, mute. Just shut up. For the love of God, shut up. And I wasn't paying attention. And then you guys did like this video conference on here. And like, it's like Steve's calling. I'm like, what do you want? Want to go to bed. No, man is asleep now. I had been up for 3 days helping put this together, which of course is obviously Richard's fault. Obviously, he's the one who he decided to do this and made me do all the work.
Well, hopefully it pays off. It looks like everybody's having fun. I know our group that you invited in, I mean, we're all ecstatic and super excited to be a part of it. We host panels at Comic Cons all the time. This is a little different, so it's just I don't want to say we're all super excited because it's not at a Comic Con, it's just online.
Well, it's a Comic Con, it's just online, so you don't have to worry about con crud afterwards.
That's very true, and con crud could be pretty bad this time around.
Yeah. What's your con crud? One of the new variants of the thing that's going around. Yay! I kind of like these. I don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to wear pants. No, just kidding. Just kidding. I'm wearing pants. I'm wearing pants, people. It's okay. But I don't have to go find a babysitter for the dogs. I have food here. I don't have to pay for a hotel. This is a lot cheaper on my budget.
Definitely cheaper. That's for sure.
I like this. I mean, I can't say anything about when I do your shows because your show's right there.
Yeah. Well, same thing with
I can sneeze on your show, and it doesn't cost me anything but like $5 for the weekend for gas. But no, seriously, thank you so much for doing this. Before we get started, Richard, you want to add anything?
No, just looks like it's gonna be fun. Like you said, I can see everything behind the scenes. This is gonna be a fun panel.
It's gonna be great. So now you said that you wanted to introduce them individually, let them talk a little bit about, and then you'll just have the full group as we introduce everybody.
Sure. Yeah. What we're going to do is we're going to kind of introduce it as the organization. Me and Ryan are going to talk just a little bit about Orcs itself. And then we're going to kind of break apart for each person to do their own little thing. We have people talking about foam smithing. We have people talking about makeup. I'm going to be talking about contacts and posing with, pictures and stuff like that. So we have like a wide variety of topics to discuss for each person. And then at the end, we'll kind of bring it all back, as an organization again.
All right. All I ask is, depending on, because I can only share one screen at a time, you need to let me know where I'm going.
Sure.
So if you're going, hey, let's talk about contacts, I could do that. Hey, let's talk about my dead man pictures, I could do that. That's not a problem. Just, you got to let me know.
Sure.
So on that note, Richard and I are going to let you, you say you and Ryan are going to start first, right?
Yeah. If we can bring Ryan in, me and him are going to kind of introduce
Ryan, you're in.
How's it going?
It is good.
Good.
And just real quickly, so these are the pictures that I have. I have Steve's dead man pictures, and Jen, I have your pictures. The other pictures that were on, because I was pulling everything that I could, the other ones that looked like they may have been uploaded from the phones, they would not download for me onto my computer. I'm sorry.
That's
but
okay.
Most of you guys look like you're already dressed up anyway, so everybody gets to say how fabulous you all are anyway, darlings. You guys are fabulous. So on that note, guys, I'm going to let you guys have at it, and if you need me, I'll be in the background.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having us again. I really appreciate the opportunity to get to talk to everybody and help Gem City, as well as help everybody learn about cosplay. It's one of my passions, so I'm definitely here to show everybody a good time and what we do, and should be good to go.
Oh, and look, I found the links. All right, bye.
See you, Amanda. But yeah, again, like I said before, I'm going to thank Amanda and Gem City Comic Con for having the Orcs out. We love doing this. We love talking to people. We love, being on stage in our cosplays and in the spotlight. It's kind of our thing. But we also love talking about what Orcs is as an organization, because people think it's just a cosplay group, but it's a lot more than that. And Ryan will touch on that a little bit here, as far as what it means to to be a part of this and what we represent as like cost positivity, and he'll explain a little bit more on that. So Ryan, if you want to explain about the orcs a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So Orcs was founded in 2015. We got started in July. Started as more of a social club, and started gathering kind of cosplayers together and getting people together as a group, and turned into a cos family. We're really tight knit. We like to have people in large groups. We're not really about cliques or anything like that. Whether you're a Ghostbuster or Star Wars. Mandalorian merc, anybody is welcome as long as you're in costume. Orcs became what it is because we started out as Ohio River Valley cosplayers, but nobody wants to say that over and over again. It's a mouthful, so we shortened it down to Orcs. So that's kind of how our start began. And we are now a nonprofit organization. Things just got kind of more than a social club, and we got to the point of where we're helping out conventions. We're helping out the cosplay community, and that's really what it's all about: is giving back to the community and making it something that where we can help you. I know that a lot of cosplayers are doing cosplay medic things now where they don't want to dress up and they're going to go help people out on the show floor and walk around and help you with your costume if you ever have an emergency, like you pop a seam or your shoe falls off or something like that. A piece of foam off of your cosplay falls off and you need a repair. Well, we're a stationary booth, so you know exactly where we are, where to find us on the con floor, and we're there to help you. Whether you need repair for your cosplay, you need a place to sit down and take your helmet or your head off, or you just need time to get away. You have social anxiety or something like that, and you need just a little break from the con. We're there to provide that for you. So we have CosFit, which also includes health and mental awareness. We have our Orklings, which is for young kids. And we also have our base cosplay group where you can learn how to do all different types of cosplay techniques, which is what we're going to talk about today here in our panel. So you're going to learn a little clippet of what we do on a regular basis from everybody and what their main focus is going to be. So you're gonna learn a lot from us today about that. So that is the basis of Orcs: is caring, kindness, positivity, and doing what we love in a safe space.
Yeah, I don't know if we've coined that phrase, cost positivity, but when I say it, it kind of rolls off the tongue, and the Orcs have definitely embodied that. Anybody that does anything cosplay, whether it's a closet cosplay to someone that pays, hundreds of thousands of dollars for someone to commission one, or you made it yourself, it's just reinforcing that everybody's out there to have fun and cost positivity. Everybody just, saying what they like about things, and like you said, we have that booth to be able to help people fix things. When you're at a con for 8 hours wearing your outfit, it falls apart sometimes, and you need to stop by our booth, and we'll be there with makeup or sewing or glue or whatever to help. And that reaffirms that cost positivity, that you're not alone. You'll be walking around taking pictures, but we're always right there, and you can always come to us at any kind of con for anything.
Absolutely, Steve. And that's the thing is if you look to our mission statement, I think that really shows what we're all about, and that's to inspire, empower, embody, and enthrall. Whenever you need encouragement, help, a hand, or advice, no matter who you are or what you look like, we aren't just your friends, but family. I think that's really, kind of what we are striving for is making that home at the con. And you're like my brother anyway, so you know exactly what it's all about. We started as just acquaintances and then got to know each other through the group, and it's just grown into so much more of a relationship.
Yep, we're definitely all family, each and every one of us. And Ryan, I guess, is our father figure. He founded it, and we all look up to him in that sense. I love hanging out with you as a friend, but also it's you kind of are the patriarch of this organization, and you're very humble about it, which is awesome. But we all do appreciate what you do and what you and Kim do as well for the Orcs and everybody, all the members.
Well, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. It means a ton. I definitely appreciate that you guys look up to me. I'm not anything spectacular or special in any way, but I definitely strive to be there for anybody who needs it, and I don't want anybody to feel like that I'm unreachable or unattainable. To provide information and to be that friend is who I am and who I'm there for you guys. So. Needless to say, we try and make that community sense what it is. We don't like any animosity or any kind of drama or anything like that. So we try and keep everything up and in the positive. So keep trucking and make things that much better. I know we do have a limited amount of time, so we probably need to go ahead and start delving into some topics. Is there anything you want to say before I get started with a little bit of foam smithing info?
No, really. I was about to say we have everything covered here, guys. From makeup, foam smithing to just posing for pictures and cosplay positivity and all kinds of stuff that we're going to touch on. So let's dive into it. And I think Ryan's going to go first with foam smithing. So Ryan, go right ahead, man.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So I'm a huge advocate of cheap cosplays. I love to make things and be creative. So foam smithing is near and dear to my heart. Some of the pictures that you may have seen of me or saw me in person at a con are going to be of me and stuff that I've actually created out of foam, whether it be your cheap foam that you get at Harbor Freight, which is like that big floor mat stuff that is used for fatigue floor mats in your garage or at the gym or something like that, can actually be turned into a awesome cosplay, which my orc, funny enough, the armor is made out of this. It is actually really easy to use, and you need very, very few simple things. We're going to start out with this, which is the most important device, and that is a razor knife or utility knife. I like this particular style. I believe this one's a DeWalt, and it's got a little knob that you can turn and extend the blade, and it makes things really easy to switch out the blade and make sure that things stay sharp, because that is the most important thing of when you're foam smithing, is to have a good sharp blade. This will cut through it just like butter as long as you keep that sharp and ready to rock and roll. You can actually use any type of cutting device, X-Acto blades, just your cheap throwaway utility knives. But I like this one because you can change the blade out and it makes things super simple and super easy. That is A1 number one thing that you have to have, and it has to be sharp to make things go smoothly, or else you're going to get jagged edges. So this foam, if you see right here, it frays really easily, and I'm going to have to do cleanup on that. And that's the only thing about the cheap foam, is that the quality of the material isn't as good, so you have to do more cleanup work and things like that to get it to where it needs to be. The next thing I have here is HD foam, and this is by SKS Props. You can get that online at his store, but this is a little bit higher quality. As you can see where I cut the edge there, I'll try and move it back so you can see. There's not as much rigidness or tear away on the HD foam, and you can get this in any thickness. It doesn't have to be this thin stuff, but this works really good for details and keeping things good to go with all the small details and getting the fine details on your cosplay. Something else that you are going to need is going to be something to bond your foam together, and that right there is DAP weldwood. You can get that anywhere, Walmart, the hardware store. And what I did is, you can see, I modified the top. I cut a little hole in it, and I poked a paintbrush through, so you can actually just take the lid off, use the brush, and paint that on. You let it dry for roughly about 5 to 10 minutes, just depending on the weather. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer, but when it is tacky to the touch and it doesn't stick to you or come off or feel wet, that is when the items are ready to stick together, and that's why it's called contact cement. So you're actually taking the two pieces, both sides get a little bit of contact cement, and then sticking it together, and that will create your piece. And funny enough, I do have a helmet here that I made completely out of foam, and you can see kind of the seams there of where you stick the foam together, and you can cover those up with DAP, but I kind of wanted this to have like a battle-worn look to it. And we can get into some advanced techniques and weathering and things like that later on. You can definitely check out our website, OhioRiverValleyCosplayers.com, but mainly Facebook is where most people come to check us out. Just look up Ohio River Valley Cosplayers or ORCs and cosplay, and you'll generally get that in on the first go. So feel free to join our group and ask any questions you may have about more advanced techniques and actually getting into the nitty gritty of cosplay, because I know we are, again, limited to a certain amount of time. So we'll try and keep this brief. But once you get the pieces together and stuck together to where you have the shape, and I used a pattern for this that I found online, cut it out, and then trace that pattern to the foam, and then glued the foam together after that. But I did modify it because I wanted it to have a heart shape, because this is my helmet for the heart guard from Alice in Wonderland. So you can actually take pre-made templates and change them to anything that you need if you just have the right time and put the effort into seeing how you want to change things up. So you can really make it anything that you want, and that's what cosplay is all about, is creativity and just making something that you can wear and put it on your body. So it doesn't matter if it's made out of duct tape, foam, or anything like that. So this is one of my favorite pieces. My wife and I, we like to do couples cosplays, and she does the Queen of Hearts, so I'll do her heart guard and follow alongside of her. And then once you get done putting all the pieces together and you have your basic shape, you need to go into some details about how to get color on it. Well, generally, you're going to need something to seal that foam, and that's going to be a heat gun, which I don't have with me right now, but you can get those at Harbor Freight for really cheap, like $8 to $10. You'll seal that foam up because it has cells in it that need to be closed, or else it'll soak up all of your paint. Or what I prefer to coat these in is Plasti Dip before I paint, and that Plasti Dip is fairly inexpensive. You can get it at Walmart, Harbor Freight, things like that as well. And you coat that in, let it dry, and then you can put your paint on. And this is just a basic Rust-Oleum Candy Apple Red. And then I went in and did the details, the scuff marks, and lettering with a acrylic paint, and it gives it more of a texture and depth, so you can really get it in there. This particular thing, I didn't actually seal it with anything, but most people do go in and seal it. I'm notorious for getting things done halfway or doing it the night before the con. Unfortunately, with con crunch, that's a huge thing that we have to deal with. So generally, I do leave them unfinished, and if anything gets scuffed or chipped, I can always go back and repaint it. So that is the basics of foam smithing. You can also use a hot glue gun instead of contact cement. It is not as durable. You will have to go back and redo that over and over again if you run into things where you're doing a lot of bending or you're flexing things in your foam costume. But that is the basics of foam smithing, and really foam smithing is great, but then you want to up your game and get into something a little more detailed and make yourself stand out from everybody else. And I think that's really about what makes a good cosplayer a great cosplayer, is when you start to level things up and do more details and mix your media, whether it's face painting like you're doing, Steve, or contacts or wigs or any kind of detail where you can add that depth to your cosplay. So we'll let the next person take over. I believe we have Holly up next, right?
Yep. We have Holly up next if she wants to jump over to her. She's got a.
And speaking of depth and beauty and wonderful colors, we
I'm here
have
straight from hell.
Lucy Fur.
Lucy Fur. This is a character that I created about 4 years ago. I just painted myself red, put on a black dress, and the wings I had before were very large. They were static, and I was taking out strangers left and right with them. So instead, I purchased some, customized them myself, and woohoo, they opened. So I just flew in from hell and bore my wings tired. But enough about hell. I'm here to talk about makeup. And the quarantine hit us exactly a year ago. And Con World shut down. All of our travel plans were over. So I'm sitting around the house. I got knocked down to part-time at my job. And it's like, I need something to do. So I just started playing around with makeup. And I was asking for challenges. You know, what do you want me to do? I'll do this online live. And I started out doing infected. In fact, Ryan asked me to do an orc, and that was the second makeup that I did. And a year later, I'm still doing it. I've done over 115 makeups live online. I have a photo album. I tried to share, but it looks like this thing is not. Let me see if I can share some of these pictures while I talk. Anyway, my background is in the haunt industry. I've been doing haunted houses since '94, so do the math. It's a long time. So my makeup mostly is from the haunt business, and it's not going to let me share photos, but that's okay. So I wanted to go over some of the products that I think, as a haunter or especially as a cosplayer, if you're going to incorporate makeup into your look, these are things that you should definitely have with you. The first one here, this is one of my favorite products. This is a Marin product, and this is called Skin Prep Pro. And it's a very thin liquid, and I highly recommend this if you're going to be in conditions where it's going to be hot. This actually seals your pores and prevents sweating. So if you're going to be outside in the heat in the summer, if you're going to be in a convention hall where the air conditioning is inadequate, you definitely want to put this on your skin, right around the forehead, the upper lip, any areas that are going to get a lot of sweat. This will help your makeup stay on all day long.
I knew I'd invest in some of that there.
It is so worth it. I use it on my haunt people in October, because the beginning of October, we're still in 80, 90 degree weather, and it really helps everyone's makeup stay on. Oh, look, she found me. Another product I want to mention, let me see if I can get a bottle that's a little bit easier. After you do all your makeup and you want it to stay, this is called Marin's Barrier Spray. This is a big bottle. I use this to refill my spray bottle. This is kind of like hairspray for your face. It keeps everything on. It keeps it from not moving around. But if that's not enough, if you need something that is really going to keep everything in place and will even hold up in the rain, this is from X Effects. This is called Final Works or Final X. This is a waterproofing spray. And I swear by this stuff. I saw them do a demo where they painted a girl up in full face and body paint, and they sprayed half of her body with Final X. They hit her with water, and that side did not move. So if you're prone to sweat, if you know you're going to be in rotten conditions, I highly recommend Final X. Something that Steve is using right now, and this is a good basic if you're going to do white face, if you're going to want to pale yourself out. This is Marin's Clown White. A lot of brands do make their own version of Clown White. It's a cream-based makeup. So you can kind of see what Steve is doing. He's got Ben Nye's Clown White. What's nice about a cream-based makeup is that you can apply it as light or as heavy as you want. If you just want to be slightly pale, you put it on light. If you want to be like Steve and be totally whited out, you can put it on very heavy. These little cheap triangle sponges that you get from the pharmacy are perfect for any kind of cream-based makeup. Another basic, especially if you're going to do horror makeup, zombie makeup, undead, vampire, is a bruise wheel. This is a Ben Nye bruise wheel. Let me try to get that on the camera there. And it has colors that are what your skin turns when you get hurt. Red, purple, brown, yellow. Some bruise wheels will have blue, gray, black. But it's also a cream-based makeup, and it's great for doing injuries, zombie skin, anything that looks like it's undergone some trauma. Glue stick. If you're going to hide your eyebrows, the purple glue sticks that you get at Kroger are great for hiding your eyebrows. The drag queen trick of doing that works amazing. I did it on my second half of my eyebrow hair. So this part is real. This part has been covered up, but glue sticks are your friends. And I use water-based makeup because it's easy to remove. You just soap and water at the end of the night. You don't want to use those little white triangle sponges for water-based makeup. They soak up water and make a huge mess. So the sponges that I use are these nice big round yellow sponges. They're very coarse. You can cut these up into pieces. You can cut them up into quarters. You can cut them up into eighths. And these are great for water-based makeup. They help get rid of brush lines. Once again, you can apply it as lightly or as heavy as you want, but these are the ones you want to use for water-based makeup. If you
Holly,
want
not to cut you off, but those are natural sponges, correct?
You know, I'm not sure if they're natural sponges or not. This is one of the companies that I buy my water-based makeup from. This is Wolf. And I know you can get these sponges from Amazon, but they're just a nice, coarse, they're kind of like the texture of like a kitchen sponge. But they're made specifically for water-based makeup. If you're going to swap gender, or if you want to do a really gnarly texture on your skin, this is a stipple sponge. It's very coarse, and it's great for adding fake 5 o'clock shadow. It's great for adding mold and trauma and rot to your face if you're doing zombie or something horrific. Pencils. Everybody should have makeup pencils. These are all cheap ones, Wet n Wild. I got them at Walgreens for like $2. A variety of colors. They're great for sketching out the ideas you want on your face before you start painting. And if you mess up, you just take your finger and wipe it away. And let me see. I think that's it. I think that's like all the basics you should definitely have if you're going to incorporate makeup into your look. This took me about an hour and a half this morning. I normally incorporate body paint. If I can back up, I've kind of painted this part. I didn't get a chance to do my arms, but normally I do. And this is my real hair. This is pinned on, so it's not going anywhere. But I love doing this character. It gets a great reaction from the crowd. I'm going to have a booth at the Haunters Against Hate event this summer. And I love doing makeup. I love painting people's faces, including my own. It gives me something to do, and it creates a great look. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Well, Holly, I think you do a great job. I've seen a lot of your makeup and a lot of your tutorials. And as another person that does makeup, you do amazing work, and it really pops and it looks great.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I think at this point we're ready to turn it over to the lovely Cosplay Cat.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's up next.
Oh.
Am I live? There I am. Hello. Well, as you can see, I am channeling my inner ocean diva today. But I wanted to talk a little bit about kind of the overarching thing of if you're starting cosplay, it can be a little bit daunting for a lot of people. They're not sure where to start or how much that this new hobby that they found is going to cost them. There are some great ways that you can cosplay on a budget. It doesn't have to cost you thousands of dollars. It really doesn't. And a great way that we often talk about is called closet cosplay. Now, closet cosplay is basically using items that you may already have in your house or in your wardrobe or that are easily accessible at stores like in a mall or online because of what time we're in. And using those products and using manipulation or just rudimentary changing them up a little bit to work for your cosplay. And I think, yeah, Amanda's showing now on the screen is when I did my lunette from the Big Comfy Couch. Everything that I used was garment manipulation and basically just store-bought things. The jumper was from Forever 21. The shirt was a white t-shirt from Walmart that I put appliques on. The doll I made by hand, and it was actually an old Raggedy Ann doll that I got at Goodwill for $3. So it doesn't have to cost you an arm and a leg when you start to go into it. The main thing is advanced planning. Always start with a plan. It's when you go in without a plan, I find that I spend more money. So great. I started this entire adventure as a costumer. I worked in theater. I have a degree in theater. So that's how I came at this. So every time I do a cosplay, I treat it like I'm in another show. So I do a costume plot for each character that I work on. And that's just basically a breakdown of the character. Any item that they're holding, which would then you regulate to later doing like things like bride. You just scared me, Steve. I was like, I looked over and all of a sudden there was Steve's eyeball.
Close up.
So you do a pretty detailed breakdown about any little thing that your character would be wearing or have with them. So any tights, all shirts, pants, belts, all accessories, anything you might want to carry with you. It's always a good idea if your character doesn't have like garments that may have pockets to consider a way to carry things at the convention. So maybe if you find a bag that might work for your character. I know a lot of when we were doing conventions, a lot of them were doing, what was that anime that was really like, there's tons of anime that are school themed. So don't be afraid to haul your backpack around the convention center because hydration is important. Okay, I'm done with my con mom thing. But closet cosplay is a great way to get into cosplay. And sometimes it can have a bad, sometimes it can have a bad stigma to it. Some people say that it's not cosplay. That is not true. All cosplay is valid. You are valid. I'm having trouble with my words today. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It doesn't matter if it costs it doesn't matter if it costs $5 or $50. We're here for you, and we're gonna hype you up no matter what, right, Kat?
Yeah, exactly. And that's a great thing about Ryan and the orcs in general is I've been an orc for I think now 2-3 years, and it's an amazing resource as you're starting out too. So for sure, check out the Facebook page. It's a great way to ask questions. If you're starting a project or don't even know where to start, there's always going to be somebody that has the skills that you need or that you want to figure out how to do. I had never foam smithed in my entire life until I went to the foam smithing panel 101 that Ryan and the Orcs hosted a couple years ago. And then just recently I made a gun. So it's all about growth at the end of the day. But for just starting out, know that you don't have to, you don't have to spend $700 on this ginormous thing, or you don't have to have a full set of makeup. You can maybe buy one or two things. You can, if you don't have readily access to costume makeup, you can, don't be afraid to start with Halloween makeup.
Or ELF makeup from Walgreens. That's it's cheap, it's easy, and you can find it pretty much anywhere.
Yep. So just go ahead and take the first steps. And as long as you go into your cosplay with a plan, that plan can't go awry. Know that ahead of time. But just have it planned out in general, and don't just. My boyfriend has the tendency to just be like, "I'll just wing it." Drives me crazy. That's you. Yeah, it drives me nutty. I am such a planner.
I'll say on that note, don't be afraid to abandon something too. There's been at least 3 cosplays I know I've started on, and it just wasn't going the way I wanted to, and I kind of abandoned it. I came back to one later and finished it, but the other ones I just gave up on because it wasn't working the way I wanted it to.
Yeah, my Ghost Rider took me 2 years to finish just because I lost motivation and came back to it and swung back around and then finally finished it up.
Yeah, you change as a person, and you change as your skill level changes, and maybe something that you want to do, you're maybe not at that level yet.
Right.
But that's always something that you can work up to. Always have those goals in cosplay. I think goals are important. Like, I really want to learn how to incorporate moving lights and sound into things. But that is not a level that I'm at right now. So, but I have a vision of something that I want to do. So even as a cosplayer that's been doing this for years and costumer, I still use our resources that we have in our orcs to learn things about projects that maybe I want to do. Currently, I'm working on a big set of electric articulating wings. They're going to be 6 foot tall. I'm nervous about my first electronic venture, but wiring is scary. But we're learning as we go along and installing fail safes. But yeah, just don't be afraid to grow with your skill level, I guess, is what I'm saying.
And by all means, ask the orcs. Be a part of the orcs and ask the page if you have any questions about foam smithing or makeup or whatever. The orcs are definitely here for that. We all the time answer people's questions.
No matter what, Kat, you got this, as we say.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Kat, I think your time's about up here, and I'm sure Brian's in makeup over there chomping at the bit to say some stuff.
Brian's probably painting away.
Right. So if you're all good, we'll go ahead and jump over to Brian. Let him jump on the mic for a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
It helps to unmute yourself. Everybody able to hear me okay? Just making sure. All right. So, hi, I am Brian, also known as Sailor Sister Cosplay. I've been doing makeup for about 6 years now, and this wig is, wigs drive me nuts sometimes. They look pretty, but you get that random hair that's just right in your face all the time. So kind of what I wanted to talk today about was gender bending and cosplay and doing the non-traditional cosplay stuff. So, you've got cosplayers who do their favorite characters. Well, stuff I do is not traditional. People don't you see it often, but it's not the most common way of doing it. But I have a PowerPoint I'm going to share. Hopefully it'll let me hope I can share it correctly. I'm going to share my screen. I can't. Oh my gosh. There's no audio. I'm making sure I share this correctly. There we go. So I got just went ahead and decided to put together a whole PowerPoint. So again, I'm Mr. Cosplay. You can find me on Instagram and TikTok. I am very active on TikTok under all the same handles. So Sailor Sister Cosplay over there as well. And so let's start talking about gender bending. So gender bending is the idea of taking a character of the opposite sex and portraying yourself as that character. So I have some examples of photos like that here. So we have a male Doctor Strange, or female Doctor Strange, male Pocahontas, female Hades, a male version of Maleficent, and then also a male version of Cruella de Vil over here. The idea of taking those characters, we've been doing that for quite a long time. Everybody wants to, do their own character. But, it's very difficult sometimes for people to fully jump into how to make that character their own when it's the opposite sex. So it's kind of like just going in and making sure that you have the things that you need. Me personally, I love seeing gender bend cosplays of like that. I swear, I got these little hairs just going everywhere, drive me nuts. But I really enjoy seeing those characters who are non-traditional characters. So I know we've got like female Thor. I'm so glad female Thor is canon now. I am so happy about that. I can't wait to see movies with sometime in the near future. Who knows when things are going to come out? But it's really fun to watch people take characters, make it their own, and in their own style. So that's kind of what I do. The next one I want to talk about is crossplay. Oh, I spelled crossplay wrong. Oops, my bad. It was early in the morning. I've had like 2 hours of sleep the past 3 days. So I kind of understand all this. So crossplay is portraying a character of the opposite sex. So it's kind of a little bit different than gender bending. So gender bending takes like a female character and makes them male. Crossplay is the idea of taking your sex and putting it into the character sex of the actual character. So here you got some examples like Snow White, Sailor Venus, and one of my friends from TikTok who does some really fun stuff. And this was an example of Laura Olympus, Hades. So kind of just taking those characters, taking them yourself as, for example, like Laura Olympus, a female, but making a male character. So that's the difference between crossplay and gender bending. I just want to throw that out there. Now, myself, I consider myself, and this is a term I use for myself, but I don't know if other people will do, but I consider myself a gender bending queer. So I'm a kind of both of them at the same time. And the reason I say that is because I do love to do crossplay. I like to do the characters of the opposite sex, but I have a beard and I always keep my beard. It's not going anywhere. So it's still, the character is going to look male. So no matter what, it's just going to happen. So I always consider myself a gender bending crossplayer. Okay. And some of the last things I want to talk about, I'm kind of flying through this, I feel like. So some of the cosplays I've done, I do this at Comic-Cons a lot. I remember Ryan was there to see pretty much all of these, except for this one, except for one of my newest ones, my Hufflepuff, or not the Hufflepuff, my Ravenclaw. Sorry, Harry Potter on them. But I've got here. I also like to take characters and put them into other fandoms. So, for example, this one here, one of my favorites is White Diamond as a Sailor Scout. Just kind of just fun, different things like that. I got another one here, my Ursula, and in the background is one of my friends, Jenna. She did Thor. She was a Viking that day, I think, Ryan. If I remember correctly, I can't remember. But she did a Viking. She had this like gigantic hammer, and I was like, I need a picture with this gigantic hammer. And so we were like, just like waving at people. Now, funny thing is, that hammer weighed about 60 pounds. It was so heavy. It was gigantic. And then finally, I got one of my signature pieces is the Sailor Scouts. I do a lot of Sailor Moon cosplay, hence where my cosplay name comes from, Sailor Sister. And we'll talk about the sister part about that in just a second. But you got I almost always show up at Comic Cons in some kind of gender bending crossplay of some kind. I even do my beard, so you can see like today I dyed my beard. I didn't dye my beard. I painted my beard, and I'll talk about that in just a minute or so as well.
And I was just gonna cut in real quick, Brian.
Sure.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I was gonna put it out there. I've totally done crossplays, and I've totally done gender bends, and I just want everybody to know it doesn't matter who you are or what you identify as. No matter what, we're here for you, and we'll back you up on any cosplay that you want to do. I've actually got mine loaded up too. If anybody can pop that up real quick.
Yeah, I can stop sharing for a second.
There we go. So this is my Phil that I did. And so we had a good time at Dragon Con, had a really fun time. And actually it was so accepted and so warming and welcoming that everybody just took into account that I was doing a female character as a male. And I think that's really what I wanted to boost up about your message, is that it doesn't matter who you are or what you do. We're here for you, and you cosplay what you want to cosplay, and we'll take care of you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like I remember my first time coming to a Comic-Con. I was nervous. It's where I live. I'm in Cincinnati, and I went to the Cincinnati Comic Expo and walked in. And I'm like in full Sailor Moon regalia. I mean, like as I could, and it wasn't the best, but it was my best at the time. I've definitely gotten better with makeup since then. That was 2.5 years ago. But I walked in, and like some of the very first people that I met at that Comic-Con were orcs. And so it was like, and they were just like, oh my gosh, you need to stop by our booth. And we're just very welcoming. And then I went to SuperCon later that year at the same time. And, everybody was just super welcoming. SuperCon was the first time I had been to a Comic-Con solo. So I used to go with a couple of the people, and it was like Ryan was there, and it was really great. We had a fun time just hanging out. We took some silly photos, and one of the things I really do appreciate about the works is one of the photos that one I was talking about. We were doing some being super silly, like, hey, look at us, hey, and we started getting some negativity around it, and very, very quickly, Ryan and the orcs jumped up and were like, we're not going to have that. We're not going to have that. So I was like, I love that. That was one of the things that really helped draw me into the works for that. Now, I did want to share one other thing, and some other stuff that I do and that other cosplayers also do, and that's going to be with charity. So I'm going to share my screen one more time, just kind of share, go back to my PowerPoint. Charity. A lot of cosplayers do charity. I myself am also a drag queen as well. So I do charity drag. I usually never do charity drag performances and drag that are not charity. It's very rare for me to do them. So this is just me. My drag name and other stuff is Anime Series. So for those of you who like puns, that's me, Anime Series. And then over to the right here, I have my other side of my charity business charity I do, and that's the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence. There are a number of houses across the world that are involved with this, but it's the most distinctive thing about that is the white face with that. So kind of spread the message of love and positivity with the charity. So it's kind of something I always like to do.
Hey Brian, we need to move on to Jenna real quick.
Sure.
We got 2 more speakers real quick and almost out of time here, so trying to sum up before our session's done here. But that was awesome, and I think Jenna's all ready to jump on and say a few things real quick. So if we can
real quickly, question.
Is it still cosplay if I naturally look like a character? I feel like it's a no, but it's not like a hang up. So
maybe.
Absolutely. Actually, a lot of people use that to their advantage. So if you look like a character and you're actually going to come across more coming off like that cosplay and being more recognizable, it's going to actually enhance your cosplay to some effect. There's a cosplayer named Carrie Lewis. She looks identical to Hermione Granger, and she is very well known for that. So if you look like that character, play it up. Make it look exactly like that character and go for it. So super question. All right, Jen, I'll let you take over.
Hey, afternoon, everyone. I'm Jen, Jenanigans Cosplay, and that's actually a good lead-in if you kind of look like a character, right? Because for some folks, that can really give you a bit of a boost, confidence boost, and like, oh, well, I mean, I kind of look like them, so I can do that. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about the whole, you don't have to craft everything. Something that I noticed when I first, and I'm a fairly new cosplayer, I started about 6 years ago or so, is that there's this stigma about you have to craft everything or it's not cosplay. And I totally disagree with that. So as you can see in this photo here, I took motocross armor and I modified it to make my ridiculous budget N7 armor from the Mass Effect series. That's my Commander Shepard. And that overall, I think that cost me about maybe $100, right? So cosplay doesn't have to be really expensive. When you're first starting out, when I was first starting out, I didn't have a whole lot of money. So I went as budget as I could, and then it's your imagination and honestly how you pull it off. So, that's a bodysuit and that's some motocross armor, and I put the N7 stripe on it. You can't really see it, it's on the side, and that's all. And it worked. And I got people wanted photos and they recognized it as N7 and Mass Effect, and it worked. So it's huge. And also for me, as you probably can tell, I'm kind of in tactical gear. I'm obviously not going to make this from scratch when I can buy it. I don't know about you, but making tack gear is not something I'd want to do. So depending on your interest, it may or may not be easy to find that store-bought stuff that you can then modify to make into your own. For me, it's a little easier. You may see some Star Wars stuff in the back. It's obviously become a lot more easier getting Star Wars stuff that I can modify if I want to make my own character. But the thing is like part of it's finding what you want in portraying a character, and then finding what you can afford, what works, what you can modify to make it yours, and then a lot of it's the portrayal, right? So anyone can slap on whatever, and it's what you want out of it. Do you want to be intimidating? Do you want to be approachable? Do you want to be friendly? All of the above. I've been told I'm rather intimidating when I'm not speaking, but it's like, okay, that's just my natural face. Sorry, but it works well for most of my characters, so I'm not gonna complain. Next photo. So as I said, a lot of my interests, this is Stargate Atlantis. I got a tack vest, I got the patches, I have the P90, and I made it mine. So Atlantis is finished showing in the late 2000s. And part of it too is like, well, I can't get that stuff from that era. That's perfectly understandable, especially like the original Stargate from the early 90s or Stargate SG-1. You can't find the Blackhawk Omega medic vest anymore. And so in my mind, I was like, okay, well, the show stopped airing about 5 years ago. Well, technology and commonplace, what we use for protective equipment has upgraded. So I'm going to take my own idea and be like, well, no, I'm not going to wear BDUs under that. For one thing, that's really hot. BDUs hold sweat. I'm just saying. So I use a tactical shirt and I use the patches. And if anyone asks, I'm like, well, I figured the Atlantis expedition by now has upgraded their PPE. So I'm going to do a tack shirt instead of a BDUs because more comfortable under a plate carrier or a vest. Exactly, that too. That's a very good comment. Mod nerf, yeah, I have not gotten into the nerf modding. Some folks have, and I know it's a huge community. But for me, it's like, well, what can I do? I take a prop if a con allows it, and I strip it completely internally, so it's just the shell. It looks really good in photos, and people won't know. Obviously, the security, piece bonding, things like that still happen. everything, the blaze tip is edited out for these photos, but they were there. That's another huge thing. If you want to do more realistic milsim, Stargate, things like that, the Division, you do have to be very, very cognizant of how you hold yourself. Try to make sure that no one mistakes you for law enforcement. Unfortunately, I've gotten that, and I'm very quick to sort of correct the person. It's like, no, I'm just cosplaying this character from this thing, and the real law enforcement's over there if you need them. That's another thing I'd like to say for folks. If they want to wear kind of what I'm wearing, is it's really important on how we hold ourselves. If we have props, obviously you treat them with respect. You don't point them at anyone. A lot of cons don't allow realistic props like that anymore, unfortunately, due to events in the last couple of years. So that's something to remember as well. Next photo.
I don't have any other photos. I only have the
that's
two.
Fine. Thanks, Amanda. I appreciate it. So as you can see for me, I'm a huge fan of the Division. And so what I did is I got the patches, and it takes time, right? So I went to Etsy, thankfully. I got the patches, and I got my Isaac beacon. As you can kind of see, it's actually on. There's really cool, there's a battery inside. And for me, it's how did I want my agent to look? What could I find that was in my budget to make that happen? And the thing for me is I wanted an eye patch, because most of my characters have an eye patch, and it's a part of the disability community thing. If people ask me about it, I get to explain. Yeah, I actually do have a visual issue in this eye, and so it makes sense. Like with my N7, Commander Shepard, I'm not sure if folks are fans, but you may have seen N7 everything, underwear and like swimsuits. I'm like, well, if they can have that, then Shepard could have an N7 eye patch. So I did it. I created my own N7 eye patch. So for this, it was like, okay, finding the right eye patch and then figuring out like actually it's lined on the inside. It didn't come lined. So for me, that was a whole adventure, because I found a local leather company and I learned about leather working when I went in, and I was like, hey, I got this eye patch, and it's like really scratchy on the inside, and I've been referred to you because I don't know how to line it. Do you have any recommendations? And the gentleman who was working there was like, oh yeah, sure. Like, you should use this, and this is how you do it, and you cure it, and you can kind of color the edges so you can't see it and all that fun stuff. And I was like, okay, so you can make, depending on where you're at, you can make some really good local connections with local companies. And most of the folks there, like, they're artisans, they're craftspeople of their own, hobby-wise, and they're perfectly happy to share their expertise with you. So that's huge too.
So, hey guys, I hate to do this, but it is already 10 after 2, and we've got the next panel in 5 minutes.
Okay.
That means we have to actually go to a different video.
Okay.
So I do apologize for that, but hey, Jen, you thought you were afraid that you weren't going to make it 5 minutes. You did it. But no, guys, seriously, thank you guys so much for joining us. I greatly appreciate it. You guys are all amazing. Of course, the guys, again, check them out. You can check them out at it's Ohio River Valley Cosplay. They're on Facebook, they're on Instagram, and they have a website. Make sure that you check them out. Steve, I will give you a shiny moment on my podcast to make up for your not 5 minutes. How's that?
I've been on your podcast before. It's fun. I'll come on again.
All right, and for everybody else, if you haven't seen, because StreamYard only allows 4 hours, we are already moving over to part 2. So go to AGP, Amanda Gilliam Presents on YouTube, part 2 at the Gem City Comic Con, or part 2 on the Gem City Facebook page. And on that note, guys, we will see you all on the second video. Say bye, everybody.
Thank you so much,
Bye.
Amanda.
Bye,
Appreciate you.
Thanks, Gem City Comic Con.